All right, good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Planning Board and valued community representatives, I welcome you all to this evening's assembly of the Saco Planning Board. As chairman, it is my privilege to convene this gathering dedicated to the thoughtful planning and development of our community. Today, we come together with a shared commitment to shaping the future of our city in a manner that reflects our values, respects our heritage, and fulfills the needs of our residents both now and in the future. Our agenda tonight contains important matters, each requiring our careful consideration, expertise, and collaboration. From zoning ordinances to development proposals, from infrastructure to environmental concerns. Every item of our agenda holds a significance in sculpting the landscape and character of our community. As we engage in deliberations, let us remember the profound impact these decisions will have on the lives of all, keeping in mind we are residents like you. Together, we must embrace the responsibility entrusted to us by our community, working diligently and thoughtfully to chart a course that fosters growth, prosperity, and harmony. With that, I would like to call this meeting of the Saco Planning Board for Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, to order. I look forward to the productive discussions and meaningful outcomes that lie ahead. Thank you. With us this evening, we have myself, Matt Provenzel, the chair. To my left, Joyce Leary Clark, our vice chair, and to her left, Jeff Brucho, and to my right, Carrie Lynn Lane. And with us, we have our city planner, Emily Cole Prescott, along with Lisa Harmon, and our Ward 5 City Council liaison, Phil Hatch. Our first item on this evening's agenda is a workshop item. And this is for New County Road. This is map 87, lot 17. And this is a sketch plan review for a proposed 12-lot residential subdivision. This is by Bedard Properties, and DM Roma is the consulting engineer. And I believe that's it. Anything else to add to that, Emily?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is for a 12-lot residential subdivision. Proposal has 3 residential house lots to be served by public sewer and public water off an extension of the existing Sheila Circle. The other 9 residential lots would be served by private wastewater disposal systems and private wells with public road built to city standards off New County Road. And it was just important to note the 3 lots will be physically separated from the other lots by an open space parcel. So you can see what I have up on the screen here to explain it a little more. City planning reviews required would be subdivision review and then applicable code enforcement department review. Subdivision is a 2-step process for preliminary and final. We do have some initial department review comments that we've shared with the applicant and some items here that we've just put together, which was we had a previous review of this same property for a zoning ordinance map amendment, which was denied, and the applicant would be requesting a waiver to the sewer connection requirement within 1,500 feet of an existing sewer line, as well as potentially a waiver to the length of the proposed dead end. Just some general notes on sketch plan. It's non-binding feedback, so the applicant's looking for your input. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If you don't mind me interrupting.
Of course.
Just before we start, I just wanted to let the board and the public know that Bedard Properties is currently building my sister's house. It is not in this neighborhood at all, but didn't know if that would be an issue for the applicant or any members of the board.
Thank you, Joyce. Board members, do you see any issues with Joyce participating?
I trust her.
I don't see any issues either. Applicant?
How good of a job is he doing? We have no problems.
I've actually never seen the house in real life, so I can't tell you. They're happy with it. So.
Okay, perfect.
Great, thank you. And we have Jason with us this evening on the applicant's behalf, if you want to give us a presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Jason Haskell with DM Roma Consulting Engineers. Here with me tonight is Kevin Bedard with Bedard Properties, LLC. The proposed project is on a 35-acre piece of property on New County Road. It's located north of the Deep Brook Golf Course. It's currently a wooded site, originally part of the Fenderson Farm property, which is located to the west side of the property. Deep Brook runs through the middle of the property, draining from north to south with its associated resource protection overlay. The property is zoned rural conservation, as Emily alluded to. We did try to petition for a zoning map amendment in the beginning of this year. This rezone was to take the property from rural conservation to west residential, same as kind of the surrounding areas, a higher density zoning. The primary reason for this is the standard in the subdivision ordinance requiring that any property that's going to be subdivided requiring planning board approval within 1,500 feet of a public sewer is required to meet or to extend the utilities up to the property. With that, we had two options. We had Sheila Circle to the northeast, part of the Hillview Heights development, and that's approximately 175 feet. This could work for the lots, but this could work for a few of the lots, but the majority of the buildable area is on the other side of Deep Brook, on the west side of the property. So we weren't going to propose any type of directional drilling underneath Deep Brook, as it is a fairly sensitive watershed. The other option is connecting to the Precious Hidden Estates development on Sancho Drive, further to the east of on New County Road. It's approximately 1,000 feet to the end of the stubbed 6-inch force main that was installed as part of the development of the property. This required a force main connection beneath I-95, so it was a fairly expensive connection underneath. And the city installed their own 6-inch force main for any potential extensions of public utilities through this area. For this project, we'd have to connect into the existing force main. It would be a total of about 1,725 feet of new force main along New County Road to the proposed road connection, which will include a force main connection over the top of the bridge over Deep Brook, the Deep Brook crossing over in New County Road, and then it will include the construction of a public pump station and installation of pumps that would be sized accordingly to some potential extension of the sewer out there. And then back to the rezone, the reason to achieve the Sancho Drive utility connection, the developers required additional lots to make it work. We were proposing 27 if we changed to West Residential, but that petition was denied by the council. They kind of indicated that they didn't want the high-intensity zoning this far out of the city. It kind of had a hard line on Deep Brook. They wanted to avoid the urban sprawl and wanted to keep the rural character of this area. The council, yourselves, and the comprehensive plan all suggest that this area remain the current rural character, including requiring larger lots. We've continued to look at different options to make something work on this property, but the extension of the public utilities out here is becoming a financial burden to be able to get anything to work out here. For all these reasons, we're proposing 9 lots on the west side to be larger, 80,000 plus square foot lots, more rural, larger lots served by private on-site septic and wells. Due to the requirement of the ordinance to extend the public utilities, we will be asking a waiver of that standard. These 9 lots will be accessed by the road to the city standards. It's measuring right now at 1,155 linear feet, which is 155 feet longer than the 1,000 linear foot maximum dead-end road length. So that's something we'd also like to discuss. But in order to provide the 200 feet of road frontage for the 9 lots and to provide some more conventional shaped lots we're hoping that you'd consider this as a waivable item. We're still proposing a public utility extension on Sheila Circle through a private paved road, so it's not going to be, in theory, we could do a gravel road, but obviously Mr. Bedard wants to be able to sell these lots at, you know, some type of a higher value, so we're definitely extending the pavement up through that area. And then obviously with the public extension, main extensions, not even a main, what it would be is private services going to the public main in Sheila Circle, is the way it would be kind of proposed. A large portion of the site, the center of the site associated with Deep Brook and the Resource Protection Overlay District is all going to be within a open space. It's measuring about 33% of the overall lot size, which is significantly greater than what's required for the lot size at 2.5%. So we definitely wanted to do our part in kind of conserving that part of the site. So yeah, tonight we're kind of looking for your feedback on the design and primarily the two waiver requests that we have, being the utility extension waiver and the dead-end road length. And I guess I'll turn it over to you, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this moment?
So I guess, Jason, what you're saying is if we don't waive the requirement for public utilities, then the other option is the developer puts more houses here
If we do
to
it,
recoup his investment?
exactly. So we'd have to extend the public utilities, which still does not leave him with a lot of wiggle room in actually making the project work. It's just a huge cost for the developer to make this extension. You know, the public pump station alone is probably, I can't even put a number to it right now. It'd be just a guess at this point, but it would be several $100,000.
So you're opposing 9 here now?
9, yep.
On the private road off New County Road. How, do you have an estimate as to how many lots you'd need to put in if the waiver wasn't granted? Have you done an alternate set of plans, I guess is my question.
Yes, I believe it was 14 lots was what you could do based on the density
Yeah,
with
the lot
public
size.
utilities. Yeah.
Any other thoughts from board members? In regards to the road length, what are board members' thoughts for the waiver for the additional 155 feet? Let's start there. Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The road length isn't of a particular great concern to me. I'm thankful they came back with another plan. The first sketch plan, I think we all felt, had some definite fitting conflicts. This obviously makes much larger lots. Because of the larger lots, I can understand they need more road length to get into to access those lots as they chose to divide them. So understandably, it's going to be a fairly long dead end. I'm never a proponent of dead ends. I don't particularly like them. But we've seen this developer before, and we've seen the quality of work that he does, and I can rest fairly assured that this would be a very, very nice, probably higher end development, given its location and, how we're being forced for larger lots. So to answer your question with regards to the dead end, I would much rather support a full loop or an access of some sort, but the dead end isn't an instant negative in my plan, or my view at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Joyce?
Yeah, and I guess, you know, looking at the map, I'm trying to figure out how you would put in a loop, because you know, you really have a lot of wet areas over near Deep Brook, so.
Yeah, and I definitely want to enforce that we have no intention. Actually, the layout kind of kills any potential connection over Deep Brook. That was a very big sticking point.
Yeah, I remember that was an issue with the neighborhood. And, I mean, the white in here, is this just a trail to the open space?
The requirement to an open space, it requires a minimum of 30 feet of width to get out to the open space.
Oh, okay.
So there's, we have talked with Emily about the open space and if the city would have any interest in it. And one of the discussion points was having some type of a trailhead kind of thing like that. If there was interest for public acceptance of the open space, and we'd be open to putting like 4 or 5 on-street parking spaces for that trailhead. So that's just something that we've got to work out with the city parks and rec.
And that was certainly a follow-up question, was what would the ownership of the open space be, if you'd be thinking of turning it over to another party, or if it would be part of a homeowners association?
I think it really comes down to what the city staff finds. If they find it of value to have that space, then something that we can definitely discuss with them.
Do you know if there are existing trails on that site now?
There's not on the site now. There's some that kind of come, I believe it's from the middle school property to the north. There's some cutout trails through there. I don't know if they're really formalized or not, but it's definitely some ways that you can get in and out of that other public space.
Jeff?
I guess I'd like to touch base. I mean, I know they were talking about the waiver of the, 1,500-foot section. But the city engineer's memo had talked about the Sheila Circle addition, and that one, it sounds like you're intending to maintain that as private?
The road or the utilities?
The roadway.
The roadway we would be looking at. We've had that discussion a bit with Emily and other members of the staff, and it seemed like that would be best as a private road, as the city would have didn't have the interest in a short stub of road when, the other one does have the number of lots that's not allowed on a private drive.
Yeah, I understand the city's stance on that, and then I kind of think of as, a consumer's point of view, to have nice homes tucked in down there and having to pay costs for maintaining a private road with divided over 3 homes is, I don't think is ideal, but I mean, obviously, I guess that's more of a buyer be informed type decision.
Yeah, I'd hate to design it and say that it's for public acceptance if they have no intention of accepting it.
So it looks like board members' initial thoughts on sort of that main road off of New County, it being a little bit longer, doesn't seem to cause any major concern. I guess Jeff did have a good question. How does that road extension from Sheila really come into play? But it sounds like you're talking with city staff, perhaps more refinement there on what happens with that final design, but so it looks like the board could support a little bit of extension as it sits now with the extra 155 feet. Perhaps once we get further, maybe a condition of approval setting a particular distance. being specific about that extension might be appropriate, but we can take that up at that time. In regards to the utility extension, what are board member thoughts there? So Jason, you mentioned the sewer, and then sort of the details and intricacies there. You mentioned that water would be on site, would be wells. So you're not, have you evaluated the water coming down there as well? So doing private individual septic systems with city water? I'm not sure if that's an option or been thought about, or is that
I mean, it's
part of the?
it's always an option, but Emily, sorry. Is there any reduction in minimum lot size for water, or is it just sewer? That it's
Mr.
defined?
Chair, did you want me to address that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you could, because I'm just thinking overall big picture. We have the sprinkler criteria that needs to be accounted for as well. So I'm just workshopping water to the site in lieu of wells and just thinking out loud.
So the public, we don't have anything in our ordinance that allows for lot sizes to change based on public water connection. It's only sewer connection. So I think that's the reason for the discussion on sewer. This is also a parcel within that vicinity. So historically, staff has asked developers to take the sewer from one section to the next parcel to then connect it to the next section, like Mackenzie Preserve. But there's nothing on public water that would bounce these lot sizes down. Does that answer the question?
Or require that water be extended.
Yeah, I don't think we have a required connection within distance because we are not the water company, but we, as a city, are the sewer.
Sure. I bring that up because we've had projects in the past, of course, and then we've heard feedback from recent developments that wells, that some of the owners are not satisfied with performance of wells. So that was just on my mind when I was looking at this, was the opportunity for water, or not knowing what happens down the road in the future if there's another project to the west and sewer at some point does get extended past this property, sewer and water, what opportunity, if any, does this project have to connect to any of that? That's all. It's just one thought I had. Overall, Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I can weigh in, because this one has been very much weighing on my mind and the roles. You know, we're looking at a waiver for the sewer request and whether we break out the sewer or water. It's the extension. It's that magic 1,500 feet. Develops when that 1,500 feet we're required to extend it. And I have a hard time because Chapter 188, Section 802A, has the terminology that says "shall not be waived," and that's hard for me. In my professional world, that's becomes like regulatory. There's no choice. We're not. Technically, we don't have. I would view it. We don't have the power of the board to waive it when the ordinance says it shall not be waived. But then there's Section B that goes, in the opinion of the board, sewer is not feasible. The board may allow septics to be used. Well, that just brings a little bit of ambiguity, in my opinion. And then Section D calls out the city plans calls for sewers in that area, but the comp plan calls for rural conservation. So I have the struggle in my mind is that the infrastructure was added for the contract zone of the precious hidden estates. They brought it across the turnpike, and that was, I think, in my opinion, a very clear delineation. That's like where our rural conservation, our rural district started, and it was a physical break. Now we have a situation where developers own land that are within 1,500 feet, and if we can't waive it, and they extend it, the 1,700 feet to this lot, the next lot down now becomes more appealing, and they fall in our ordinance, and they extend it a little bit more, and they extend it a little bit more. How are we maintaining our goal of the comprehensive plan? So I tried to revisit the comprehensive plan and the comprehensive plan update, and it brought me to page 73 when it talks about West Saco low and medium density. And I'll read the low and medium density first and then the rural conservation, because they're very parallel in what I think the objectives are. And so Saco West low and medium density, this area is to enhance includes low and medium density subdivisions near rural areas. Developmental pressure will need to be mitigated and redirected toward growth areas with existing public infrastructure to avoid continued sprawl development that impacts visual character, the environment, and transportation patterns, and the city's cost of services. To take advantage of the existing water and/or sewer services in these areas, an additional unit may be added to an existing lot, either as an accessory dwelling unit or as a second structure. Conservation subdivisions should be considered as an alternative for future development. Appropriate buffers around critical resources like the Saco Heath and Deep Brook should be maintained to preserve their ecological integrity. And the rural conservation is worded pretty much the same. This area is to preserve encompasses the least developed parts of Saco, including farmland and tree-covered areas, significant areas of natural habitats, and sensitive water bodies. However, it is also susceptible to continued sprawling single-family development that detracts from its visual character and natural resources. The developmental pressure will need to be mitigated and redirected toward the growth areas with existing public infrastructure to avoid continued sprawl development and its negative impacts. Compatible non-residential uses that increase the economical viability of land conservation and provide financial alternatives to residential subdivisions should be explored. Conservation subdivisions should be considered for future residential development. Large buffers around critical resources like Saco Heath should be maintained to preserve their ecological integrity. So we have two very clear descriptions in our comprehensive plan, and I just feel like it's kind of coming to a head for us as a board. The developer has a parcel, which in all rights is right on the cusp, right? The city sewer is there, and this proposal, from what we looked at previously, to me, is much more appealing for that kind of transitional zone. But as a board member, how do we draw the line of where that transitional zone stops and keeps rolling at 1,500-foot increments? So that's kind of where I have this real struggle. And I have a struggle, too, with that ordinance that says that we shall not waive the requirement for the sewer extension. So that's where I'm kind of at this dilemma. What alternatives are there? And I kind of look, and I don't know if there was, maybe some hope or misguidance from previous planning staff or whatever the situation is, but we're here now. And I kind of look at this, and this is Deep Brook, right? And these, I would envision, knowing what the developer does for quality of work, that they're going to be very, very nice homes, which probably means very well manicured lawns, which means more runoff towards Deep Brook. So I kind of wonder, what's the alternative? I mean, is there an alternative for the city to step up and purchase this land for part of our, we're having all these impact fees for every single new housing development, open space impact fees, but I don't feel like we see a lot of open space purchases, right? This is a perfect resource with Deep Brook there to buffer, and it abuts the Saco Middle School. Kind of creates a possibility of some connection for the 50-year plan for our next schools, right? Should we be targeting some of this area for development of our next school cycle? I don't know. I mean, I feel for the developers getting invested, but how are we as a board trying to take the comprehensive plan and our zoning ordinances and make them work cohesively together? I would be very torn if I was on the other side as a developer trying to do this, because it's pretty clear what they need to do for the sewer, but that also just extends the value outward. And, you know, so the city put the infrastructure in with the force main undercrossing, but they're also saying, well, we don't want to develop that part of town. And it's just, the brunt of it's falling us as the planning board right now with this particular proposal. And I'll tell you, I'm personally having a hard time wrestling with that right now. And I'm kind of hoping, you know, we can talk it out as a board and get some more, but I'm very much afraid that this is just going to continue a rolling sprawl. And now it's going to be a sprawl of nicer subdivisions, so it's not going to be the 1-2 outbuildings or, you know, subdivided parcels off of a major road, family land that might be given to another family member, and it's going to be larger developments, because your pump station, right, will be somewhere near the depression of Deep Brook, yep, which will then greatly expand the gravity capacity westerly, correct? Because yep, you'll have a lot of depth that will be pumping into a pump station that's going to be built to city standards, so the city can take it over. And that just, cha-ching, just opened up the development for much more of that area. But our comprehensive plan is calling for conservation, try to minimize the growth there. So I'm a little bit, I have a hard time thinking that I'm doing my job with the ordinances and following the comprehensive plan, trying to mirror the two together and have the development. But I see it as a functional transition, but I'm just afraid that transition is going to keep rolling. There's no way to say, if the sewer ends here, this is it. No, there'll be no more sewer lots to the west of this. The ordinance is there 1,500 feet, and it's just going to keep 1,500 feet at a time. Or a bigger subdivision. There's some large farm parcels out there that might be able to have revenue to offset, extending the sewer 3,000 feet, especially after they put the infrastructure in of a pump station on this one. So it's just particularly, I'm wrestling with it, so I welcome your feedback.
This is the one that creates the slippery slope right here, because this gets built, this gets sewered.
Well,
you've really opened up the sprawl. And yeah, I kind of wonder if you know, when 188-802 is being passed, if it was carefully enough read, because it does seem like sections A and B are contradictory, because it says, if in the opinion of the planning board, sewer service to each lot is not feasible, the planning board may allow septic systems to be used. But that follows one that says shall, although it does say the requirement shall not be waived if city agencies certify that the extension will not be a burden on the system. So I suppose at some time there's some anticipation that at some point there's just not capacity to extend the sewer any further, but I don't know when that happens, how far the sewer gets extended before it's at capacity.
Mr. Chair, may I offer some
Yes,
input?
Emily, sure.
So the Conservation Commission is working on a draft conservation subdivision ordinance, which is going to allow some innovative ways that you can look at land to preserve spaces on the land. The thing that we've been struggling with as staff is that sprawl to us means these larger lot sizes with the potential of being served by septic and wells, and where we see some environmental benefit is being able to connect people to sewers, where generally we're not seeing as many failed septic systems in the long run. So for us, sprawl really correlates heavily with continued development where there's no plan for city infrastructure. And what we're seeing is some innovative ways that you can use land where you have smaller lot sizes and larger blocks of parcels, so people could preserve larger areas of tree clusters in one area of the land and develop maybe one section of the land. So this is what we're working on with Conservation Commission. They've spent a number of meetings going over this. Shannon's been working with them as their liaison with different ideas and different drafts to bring that to fruition, because to Jeff's point, we don't have that option right now. So you either have a traditional way of doing a subdivision, or if you're in a place where you can do multifamily, maybe you do multifamily, but you don't have an option to do a conservation or a cluster subdivision in Saco. So there is no option to preserve more space or conserve more space, which is why when this was initially brought forward with the different options to staff, the zoning ordinance amendment option was thought of. That's why it went through. It was not went through, but that's why it went to the next steps, because as staff, it followed the policies about sewer connection and some of the other policies in the ordinance. As far as the comp plan, please keep in mind that when the sewer was connected in this area, I don't know what the 2018 comp plan said, but the 2022 comp plan is newer, and that followed some of that zoning amendment requests that had happened on the Fenderson land. So there was a lot of history with the comp plan and how it was written today that adopted the zoning at the time and the zoning requests that had been made at the time. So I think this might merit a larger, broader conversation about sewer expansion. Maybe we can invite some of the other city staff to kind of do a workshop one night, if that sounds good to the board members, because I think staff does need some clarity on this as well. And then Conservation Commission's draft will be available. They're going to go to City Council with their draft in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Emily. Yeah, I think getting some more insight from other staff members would always be a benefit. Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to hear from staff as well, so we have a sense of how much space this is opening up to. Probably particularly from the water recovery resources. I'm not sure if they do trending of their existing infrastructure, and they give us a sense of what capacities we could be looking at as far as the number of house units or how many gallons per day that they generate for growth in this area, what they have for existing infrastructure downstream.
I do know they have a fair amount of capacity in this area. It was planned out with Precious Hidden and Sancho Drive.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Jeff, you bring up some good points, much to think about. I know for me, during that zoning request discussion, I think I feel the same way now that I did before, that this is sort of that demarcation here. I think the applicant's proposal here so far works. I think it's clever enough. We've got 12 total units, 3 off of Sheila with sewer and water, and then we have Deep Brook. We have that protected buffer. It's the minimum now, as you mentioned, in our comp plan, getting as much as we can is ideal. But then we have that Deep Brook, sort of that boundary line almost. And then we have the proposal of the unsewered lots from there. So I think I can support it. I know it's fairly close, but the ordinance also doesn't say that a project further to the west could come in, and if, like you started to say, if they need or want to extend it 3,000 feet, we don't have anything, and I think Emily was getting to it, we don't have anything that says, no, you can't. We sort of started with that 15, that's where we wanted to extend. So as you mentioned, kind of 1,500 feet extensions, but it could be longer depending on the project, and that, I don't think there's anything that says, anything or an ordinance that says no, that we can't do that, other than it just meeting the rest of the requirements of the ordinance. So I don't know, I think this is for me, this seems like the spot. Jeff?
Maybe, Emily, do you know, is Deep Brook on the list of impaired streams?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't think so.
Okay. I was just asking because, you know, a few years ago, we had a fairly lengthy training with Pat Fox about some of the methods of trying to minimize some of the runoff and contamination in these streams. And, you know, we're talking about the integrity of those streams, the ecological integrity. I don't know if some maybe retraining for the board or a revisit to that would be helpful too, to understand what the impacts are when we allow developments. I mean, yeah, we're meeting the official setbacks with their bubble lines here of the edge, but what are the long-term impacts when we remove that much wooded vegetation land that permeate into these brooks and streams? I think that would be helpful too.
In that, Jeff, this could be another one of those projects that the board may find appropriate, where we've done off of Jenkins Road a few times, where I mean, the stormwater needs to be accounted for the road, but we can start, you know, requesting and reviewing cut lines, grading within the lots. We've had, you know, if that's a concern, if we deem that of Deep Brook and that buffer in there is important enough and significant, and we want to see greater care taken in there, I think that's something we can start to look at and evaluate further. I agree. It'd be a concern of mine if this all turned into lawn. The intent here would not every lot just become a grass field. But
If it helps, that's not the thought.
That's good. So that's sort of, I guess that's my thought this moment. Perhaps quickly maybe hitting some of the other points, mailboxes, snow storage, sidewalks. Perhaps you know the Sheila Circle and Waycott Way. I'm not as familiar with that particular end of the road, whether there's sidewalks there or lighting.
I believe there's a sidewalk that goes halfway around the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, so it might be appropriate to have some sidewalks on your portion of that road as well. But those are the things I'm sure you're going to
Sure.
work through once you get to that point. Any other board member thoughts? Yes, Jeff?
Would we want to have at least, you know, if they are going to apply for a waiver for the sewer to go private, would we want some test pits from a soil scientist stating that the soil conditions are agreeable to private disposal systems? It looks like there's quite a bit of slope here, you know, 106 on the road down to, you know, 72 by the brook. So each one of these lots has a very steep gradient.
Yep, and that's definitely our thought, is to get passing septic. I'm sure Kevin would want it too, is to have passing septic test pits throughout the property.
Are you thinking, Jeff, like a high-intensity soil map, or are you thinking a hydrogeologic assessment, or just anything specific there? Or?
No, I was just at the very least, I mean, one, like I said, I think it's a stretch for us to even be able to waive that with the wording. But if the board is looking at considering it, I think we should definitely have at least a few test pits saying that the soils in this area are
Sure.
conducive to having private septics. If they were to come back and say, no, we're fearful of, you know, too much sand and it could just run right into the brook, that wouldn't be a beneficial decision to have waived it and then not have soils that are suitable for a private septic on site.
Sure. Additionally, Emily, can we ask Tim Murphy to weigh, or maybe he's not our city attorney to give us some opinion on that, a few of those sections here, just so the board feels comfortable in what we, what we can and cannot do, or where we're at. Because I agree with Jeff, we do have a little bit of conflicting information there in some sections, but just to understand how it's written, legally, how is it written?
Sure, and I've already asked city engineering and water resource, but did you want something in writing about the capacity in that standard? So I think it says, can they certify whether or not there's capacity?
Capacity with the sewer system,
Yep.
if this is added?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think for our due diligence, I
Okay.
think that'd be an appropriate question, so we have on file.
Yeah, certainly, because if they say that the system doesn't have the capacity, then that takes care of, city agencies certifying the extension would be a burden on the system, would solve all of our problems.
Sure. I know we've had many conversations about that area and the capacity. I'm sure Emily's correct. I've heard it many, many times that there's a lot of capacity out there. But when that work was done and designed and installed, different zoning, different comp plan. So just kind of catching up, just doing our due diligence.
I apologize. What I'm looking for is actually one of our sketch plans to let you know how many, if we were to change this to public sewer, how many lots it actually would be. So it's something I can follow up with Emily to make
Sure.
sure she has the right information.
Sure.
If we did extend public utilities, what that actual total number would be.
Any other thoughts from board members for the applicant? No? All right, great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next item on the agenda this evening is the review of our July 29th, 2024 site walk notes. Do board members have any questions, comments, or edits on that document as presented to us this evening?
Mr. Chair, I'd move to approve the notes from the July 29th site walk as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion on accepting the minutes or the notes from our site walk on Tuesday, July 29th? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to accept the notes as presented. Our next item on the evening agenda is item 5, and this is our public comment period. This is an opportunity from anyone from the public to come and present questions or comments to the board. We will limit this to 5 minutes per person, and please step to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and we will address any questions if necessary at the conclusion. All right, seeing no one stepping forward, we'll continue. Our next item on the agenda, we have our public planning board hearing guidelines. This is a printed document that's available within every packet and available hard copy during the meeting if anyone would like to review it. And then with that, we will move on to item 7A. This is 71 Industrial Park Road, and this is map 71, lot 1-2, and this is an industrial supply yard expansion. The owner is Vic Sam Holdings, and this is presented by DM Roma Consulting Engineers. And this evening is a application of completeness review. And again, this is in the industrial zoning district, and it is for an expansion of an existing supply yard with associated site grading and stormwater infrastructure improvements. You have anything to add, Emily?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little bit of brief background on this application and how it got before the board. In 2019, I believe it was, there was an update to a 2017 approval. That 2017 approval, including a DEP NERPA approval, allowed for a building to be built. This 2019 approval then allowed for the supply yard to exist, so it was amended for a supply yard for industrial, to support industrial businesses. As part of that 2019 review, the DEP NERPA approval was checked to make sure it was still relevant to the proposal, and it was. So the supply yard was built as it was at the time, and then over the, must have been in summer 2023, so around July-ish, the code office had flagged for us that there had been an expansion to that supply yard. Are you okay?
Sorry. I was trying to shut his microphone.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
There had been an expansion to that supply yard, which had not gone through a previous permitting to update those environmental permits. So this was flagged, I'm not sure when exactly by the code office, but they brought me out, we all went out in summer 2023, and we involved city engineer, flagged it as well. Code officer Don Fisk and I went all out there to speak with the applicant, and I think Jason, the engineer, our engineer here, was there as well. And so out of that site visit, we had issued a verbal request for voluntary compliance and said that they had to either remediate or file a proper permit and start the environmental permitting review to update the site to be in compliance with the site plan requirements and any DEP requirements. And we gave them, I think it was August 16th, 2023, all the paperwork was due. So we gave them about a month to file the paperwork. That's the route they chose. And so we had the paperwork filed. They went to DEP NERPA. The NERPA review process took quite a long time. They now have the NERPA approval, the Army Corps approval, and now we're doing the local review with Planning Board. So I just want to give you the background on that. They did comply exactly when we told them to, and they've been trying to make the situation correct. So thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions from board members for Emily? All right. Jason, go ahead.
I'm back. Jason Haskell with DM Roma Consulting Engineers, here on behalf of Vic Sam Holdings LLC, the owner of the property at 71 Industrial Park. It's a 6.4 acre parcel in the industrial zone. As Emily alluded to, it is an approved supply yard. It currently holds water tank, trailer storage, steel and drilling equipment for a geotechnical contractor, and railroad tie storage for the railroad that runs close to their the Casco Bay Transportation property, which is to the north of this property. Casco Bay Transportation is the manager of this space. It's owned by Vic Sam Holdings, but it's used by Casco Bay Transportation as their annex for temporary storage of some of these materials. It's actually on our previous site walk with 73 Industrial Park Road. We walked up that access road, so that area out through there is the site we're talking about. Back in 2023 to provide for additional storage needed to maintain client relationships. The applicant went through, cleared about an acre of forest area and placed an additional 0.4 acres of additional gravel laydown space, which actually created the violation with the city, and now we're just trying to make it right. And as part of the expansion, there was an additional 5,500 square feet of wetland impact on top of what was already permitted back in 2017. So part of that was permitted through DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers. These permits were granted in May of this year, and now we're just moving forward with working with you. So the proposal is to regrade the gravel laydown area expansion to drain to the previously constructed wet pond on the property. In addition, a portion of the gravel laydown space is going to be removed because it's within the building setback. And some was also proposed to be removed as part of removing it from what was forested wetlands, which we're planning to reseed and replant. This approximately 3,230 square feet of gravel that will be removed will be loamed and seeded and for revegetation. We're also proposing some modifications to the existing stormwater infrastructure out there to accommodate the additional impervious area. All this has been reviewed by the city engineer. We've worked with other groups, but the majority of this site, the concerns with this site is stormwater and natural resources. So we have been working closely with the city engineer over the past year or so. There's no proposed utilities, no lighting, no anything like that, so no utility coordination was required. And I said we've worked with city staff, and I believe that we've addressed all their comments. So hopefully that's in good order. And I guess we're here to discuss the project with you. And if you have any additional information you'd like, we can make sure that's available at the next planning board meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant from board members? Jeff?
Sure, I'll start. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question because one of the comments was this lot has 70 feet of road frontage, which is now non-conforming because the zoning ordinance change requires 150.
Yep.
Which, obviously is just an existing condition. But one of the comments was that wooded buffers have been preserved along the relatively long driveway that are, but that driveway is already like 30 feet wide. And if you have a 70-foot wide easement, how many of those trees are actually buffers that are on the applicant's property?
We can definitely take a look at what's out there. When we were out there, there were some trees within that 70-foot strip, but a lot of them, the majority of them were on the abutters' properties.
Okay. So there's that one, and then on the kind of the northwest property line, there are only 4 trees that are noted as screening trees near the edge of the pavement, and then as you kind of head towards the east, you start to have some bioretention ditching and stuff, so there'll be very little screening on that northeasterly side from the gravel parking lot. I just want to get a sense of what there is for buffering. The other question I had was, given the layout of all the stormwater management, I didn't see anything that was ear noted as snow storage. So it's a laydown yard. I'm assuming that you need to plow it in the wintertime to move vehicles and heavy equipment around to get to these stockpiles or stored material. What do we have for a plan so they're not plowing all this snow into your retention ponds, particularly where some of them on this existing, or the expansion, your existing wet pond looks like it's 12 to 13 feet deep, so it's a pretty substantial place if you wanted to put some snow, which is going to be all gravel.
Yeah, if you want to do a site walk, the whole majority of the surrounding of that pond is inaccessible, other than the access road that goes out to the berm. So things would have to be moved to actually plow snow there, but we can definitely indicate some snow storage areas on there.
I think that's just kind of important to know.
Yep.
And those were the notes that I had. Yeah, so they weren't putting snow in that snow storage area, the wet pond. Other than that, I mean, I think it's an important need for the industrial park to have this sort of support facility. And I get it that it's not necessarily pretty, but it's our industrial park, but we need to kind of hold the same standards that we do when we talk about large parking lots, right? We need to have some ability to buffer a little bit of what's going on within the yard and not just completely decimate any vegetation so that it's, a fence that looks like a traditional, scrap recycling yard or something with a privacy barrier. But those were the only questions that I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members?
Mr. Chair, I was just wondering if we needed to, it was mentioned in the materials about a waiver for lighting plan. I wondered if we needed to actually vote on that. It's not mentioned in the planning department memo, but it's mentioned in the checklist.
Yes, it is on my list. There was that waiver.
Yeah, I thought that.
That's the
there's
only waiver I saw.
Yeah, a few of the other items were just not applicable.
I actually wonder if this is not applicable, if they're not
Well,
installing lighting.
that was going to be my question to Emily, is that do we see this as it's based on the use, no lighting proposed. It's the same as no building proposed. So since there's no lighting, I don't feel that it's applicable. You have thought, Emily?
That's why we didn't note it on the memo, but we did note it in the application completeness checklist because we had some back and forth with the applicant about whether something was going to be submitted for lighting or if they're going to be requesting a waiver or how that was going to work, so.
I'd have to go through some of the responses that went back and forth between city staff and ourselves. For some reason, I want to say that I remember in one of the letters, it wasn't in the formal application at the beginning, that it was something about requesting it, because I remember that notation on the checklist. So I'd have to go back and double check that. This is why I need to start printing the whole entire application.
I'm perfectly comfortable if it's not applicable because that's how we reviewed a few other things on here as well.
Okay. I see it as not applicable as well. Jeff?
If we were to classify it as non-applicable, if they come back, or if they choose to put electricity in 2 years, would that come back as a site plan review? Or do we just intentionally, do we waive it with a condition that any future installation of area lighting or electricity would require a visit back for a site plan review?
I can also add, excuse me, I can add it as a note on the plan too.
Yeah, we can add a condition that any installation of utilities beyond what's there would require another site plan review.
I like it as a specific condition, yeah.
Okay.
Any other thoughts? So Jeff had a couple thoughts and questions for the applicant. We mentioned those. I had similar thoughts. So in regards to the application completeness. Any other questions for the applicant or staff regarding the material submitted?
No, if it's appropriate at this time, Mr. Chair, I'd move to find the applications for conditional use and site plan review complete.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion to find the application complete for 71 Industrial Park Road? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0. In regards to a site walk, how do board members feel about a site walk?
It's interesting that we were walked down their roadway during one of our most recent site walks, but we certainly didn't walk around the property.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with doing a site walk if other members want to.
Jeff, yeah. Yeah. In fairness, I think a site walk would be appropriate. Yep. So with that, do we have any time in our schedule, Emily, to do a site walk on this application and perhaps the 17th? Do we have availability on the 17th prior to our next stated meeting?
Referring over here. Yeah, we can do a 5 o'clock if you want to do that.
5 o'clock, okay. Would 5 o'clock on the 17th work?
September 17th, yeah.
Yes.
What is today? Sorry.
8:20. Does that work for other board members? I see one nod and two nods, one grimace.
I might be a little bit late, but it's just coming from Portland at 4:30.
Okay. We'll make sure traffic is good that day.
Awesome. I love it when it's pre-planned.
So we'll do that. We'll schedule a site walk for September 17th at 5 p.m.
Now, typically, I mean, we lay something out for you. Is there anything particular you want laid out before the site walk?
I think it would be useful to have flagged the parts of the areas of the gravel that you're removing and reseeding so that we know the boundaries of what's proposed.
Yeah, any additional information you can give us, some points on the earth, understanding how the site works now and that it's a lay-down yard, but yeah, any additional information, I don't think the whole thing has to be staked out, but some key points, maybe. Yes, Jeff?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to, request that the property lines the boundary lines are pretty well flagged.
For the entire site? Or just where the expansion happened?
Well, I'm kind of thinking that the rear, most of the rear site, and, I think you had indicated when we were at the neighboring property along that driveway where the property pin was in a tree stump or something like that, if we could kind of have a sense of where that is, because I think our gut feeling is most of that entranceway is cleared 100% on the applicant's property. But I think the biggest impact might be from the side lots. So when we get to that northern and southern boundary, I think that's kind of important to know where that property line is to see how much of the lot has been cleared and gravelled, and if there's any buffering that actually remains on the applicant's property.
Okay, so we'll do this 70-foot strip coming in, and then we'll do kind of where that laydown area expansion happened, those two property lines there, or you?
I tend to think the property lines, I'm just a little afraid, like when Joyce picks out where the you know, the area that needs to be removed is, that was put in there for use, and it's probably going to be a little hard to see. There's probably going to be equipment stored on that. So our ability to get a really good sense of what's being removed and what's being installed as a new wet pond might be a little bit skewed.
Right.
But, you know, what the boundaries are should be pretty clear. I mean, if they're storing stuff on the other people's property, that's another issue in itself. But I think that would give us a sense of the scale of the site, as well as what we might be looking at for, you know, interest of abutters and buffering.
I mean, the corners you should be able to locate the corners of the property.
Majority of them, I think, are pinned.
Yeah, so I think that one of the key corners is that end of the driveway there, cap 2188.
Yep.
I think we may have even seen that one as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
And then the other one towards the north, where we have those three trees, that'd be a good spot as well. And then kind of on the opposite side, down close to the bottom of the page, number 1201. And then sort of the limits, we see there's area of gravel to be removed and get loam and seed. But sort of that general line, I think, would help as well. And then, you know, opposite side to the neighbor to the north as well. I think those key areas as well.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, board members, it looks like we can work on scheduling. Where is my place here? If the public hearing date for September 17th, Emily, still works.
Right, and move to schedule a public hearing in this matter for September 17th.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on scheduling a public hearing for 71 Industrial Park Road for September 17th, 2024? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to schedule public hearing for September 17th, 2024.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda this evening is item 7B, and this is for Waterfall Drive. This is map 63, lot 6, and this is for a 90-unit multifamily proposal. This is in the Park North contract zone in Portland Road, and this is presented by Sebago Technics this evening. And this is a public hearing and continued application review for final subdivision. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have much more to add here, other than we did provide draft findings of fact and draft conditions, and the applicant is still pending a NERPA permit from the Maine DEP, and did provide me an emailed update from the DEP folks that they were still working on their review. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Emily. And with us this evening, Mr. Sean Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Sean Frank. I'm an engineer with Sebago Technics. With me tonight is Elliot Chamberlain. As you recall, the board did approve the site plan for the 90-unit apartment complex within 8 buildings. The project we're going through now is the actual subdivision of the lot from the property. Just to remind everybody, this is actually within a contract zone. The Park North contract zone, parcel 1 as it's identified. It's been amended. It was originally approved at the end of 2005. It's been amended a few times since then. Minimum lot size in that zone is 7,500 square feet. This is 5 3/4 acres. Multifamily is allowed as long as it's more than 600 feet from Route 1. The property line is approximately 650 feet from Route 1. The nearest building would be about 670 feet from the right-of-way of Route 1. Allowed density within parcel 1 of the Park North contract zone is 1,250 square feet per dwelling unit, which again for 5.75 acres would permit 200 units maximum. As you recall, we have 90 proposed within the 8 buildings. There's 40% lot coverage allowed within this zone. We're approximately 21% total with the buildings, including the garages. All the setbacks are met, as you saw within the site plan, and the maximum building height of 60 feet is more than sufficient for what we're talking about for the buildings. So in terms of the actual lot itself, we're very comfortable that the lot meets all the requirements of the contract zone. The city engineer had requested 2 conditions, one being the traffic counts, which, as you'll recall, had been provided in the report provided to the city staff that, warrants have not been met for the traffic signal, unfortunately, along Route 1, and that obviously next year we'll be performing the updated study associated with that. The other part was the as-built for Waterfall Drive, which I'm sure this board is probably tired of hearing about, and so am I, quite frankly. But if you've been out there, you're seeing that we're working with the city. We're adding curbing, we're adding handicapped accessibility, we're adding the crosswalks. The intent of the city is working with the applicant to be able to accept a portion of Waterfall Drive down to Creek's Edge. So obviously, we're kind of updating, we're kind of doing the as-built, if you will, as we're doing some of the construction out there at the same time. So there is a condition associated with that. And certainly, again, working closely with the city engineer to make sure that he has the information he needs in association with the as-built. And we'll certainly provide that to the city once everything is completed. The other part is, as the city planning referenced, was the NRPA permit from DEP. We have been working with them. We actually do have the Army Corps permit, which is usually, it's the other way around. I'm actually dealing with another one in another town where I have the DEP permit, but not the Army Corps. So as this board may recall, there was some additional wetlands identified by the peer review from Nomando Associates that works for the city, which kind of had us out there, which led to a redelineation of the wetlands, which basically led to some additional time that DEP was allowed to actually permit this. I don't know if it is allowable, but certainly if there is a potential to allow a conditional approval associated with that, we'd certainly appreciate it. Our understanding is that actually it's about 6 weeks before they have to provide that permit to us. And the only reason I'm suggesting that is, we've been in front of this board obviously numerous times in terms of the site plan itself as well as the subdivision. Again, I don't know if that's specifically allowed by the city ordinance, but if it is, we'd certainly appreciate the board's consideration in association with that. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. I'll certainly be happy to answer any questions that the board has. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Any questions from board members for the applicant? So as a reminder, we have a continued application review this evening, and we also have public hearing this evening as well. Jeff?
Mr. Chair, go ahead, Jeff. Move to open the public hearing.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff, to open public hearing. Any discussion? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff? Yes. I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to open the public hearing. If you are with us this evening to discuss this application, please come to the podiums. state your name and address for the record and give us your questions. We'll collect them and address them all at the conclusion.
Mr. Chair, seeing no interest in speaking, I move to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Thank you, Jeff, for the motion, and the second, Carrie Lynn. Any discussion? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn,
Yes?
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to close the public hearing. Thoughts from board members? Any final questions, thoughts, concerns?
So
Jeff?
I guess for our planner, they're still pending that NERPA permit. But that's not is that a guaranteed permit? I mean, they have a fixed amount of time to respond, but would we be premature in approving the final subdivision review without having that permit in hand? Essentially, there's a piece missing.
So, Mr. Chair, if you want me to.
Yes, please.
So they do have the Army Corps approval. I was surprised that the DEP permit wasn't here yet, but DEP has been experiencing a number of delays on their end. So it's not only this permit, but it's been other permits as well. There is a requirement that we have proof of the following approvals submitted in writing where applicable, and that's in the section I referenced. So if the board is comfortable, you can condition it, and then we will just make sure to have it in hand before the applicant starts, and before the applicant can get signed plans from you all, which I think, provided the DEP review happens within their timeline, should give them enough time to have plans signed and then recorded. We have a 90-day plan signing requirement. So if you wanted to have it required before you sign the plans, I think that would be appropriate.
And if I may, through the chair, Mr. Chairman, if part of that condition is if the DEP permit changes the plan at all, or revises the plan at all, that we come back to this board for that additional review, we'd certainly be more than comfortable associated with that. Our anticipation is it's just a matter of timing at this particular point in time. As the city planner stated, you know, they're unfortunately just understaffed, and the staff that they do have is relatively inexperienced, and we've just seen a lot of delays associated with this. So our anticipation is that the NERPA permit will follow along with the Army Corps permit, and it's just a matter of actually having that permit prepared and written and issued. So, but again, if part of any condition was that if that leads to any changes at all to the plan, and we bring it back in front of this board, we'd certainly be comfortable, we'd be happy to do that.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the draft findings of facts for the Park North Map 63, Lot 6, final subdivision review dated August 20th, 2024, as drafted.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion on that motion? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to adopt the findings of fact as presented this evening.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose an additional condition of approval in line with the applicant's suggestion that the NERPA permit must be issued before construction begins. and if any changes are required to the plan, the applicant will return for board approval.
Just, would you be open to amending that to, rather than before construction begins, before signing of the plans for their time frame?
That works for me. That was my one missing piece in my notes. Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend my motion to provide that NERPA permit must be issued before the plans are signed. And if any changes to the plan are required, the applicant will return for board approval.
I'll second.
All right, thank you for that motion and second. And Emily, for discussion. Emily, the plan must be signed by the board prior to the first site meeting with staff and everybody. Is that correct, or is that
Yeah, we
How
would
does that-
require the plans to be signed before we have a pre-con meeting.
the pre-con? Yep, okay, there it is, item 6, yep. Okay,
And according to the subdivision ordinance, those plans are supposed to be filed in the registry within 90 days. So,
That should be fine.
would a request for an extension be required?
applicant can request an extension, and if the plans haven't been signed yet, a lot of the times I count the 90 days from the date of plan signing, because there might have been an exigent circumstance where they didn't get the plan. So it's usually the date that the board signed the plan that I'll count the 90 days from.
Okay. And Sean, you mentioned DEP time, they're around 6 weeks remaining on that
Yes, that's my
timeframe.
understanding, is
So that-
sometime in October, early October.
So
So I believe the 90 days should not be an issue at all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any additional discussion on adding condition number 20? Those in favor? Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to include item number 20 in the conditions of approval as discussed. Emily, you captured that, or Lisa? Yeah, okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the draft conditions of approval as amended.
I'll second.
Thank you for that motion, Joyce, and the second, Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to adopt the conditions of approval as presented this evening and amended. So that leaves us one final motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to grant final subdivision approval for Waterfall Drive, map 63, lot 6.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
I'll second.
Second by Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion on the motion to find an approval for a final subdivision review for Waterfall Drive, map 63, lot 6? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
We want to thank the board for their time on this. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next item on this evening's agenda is item 7C, This is for 40 Buxton Road, map 88, lot 10. And this is for a storage building at the Saco Middle School presented by Haley Ward. This is a continued application review for a site plan amendment. And this is in the West Residential Zoning District. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The applicant worked to respond to the outstanding comments and questions from the last board meeting. One of the primary items that I remember from that meeting was the design considerations. And so the applicant has presented an updated plan here showing parking area, landscaped area, and then a potential mural or artwork install. And so I'm sure they can speak more about that with you. So that's what we have for updates. We've also provided draft findings of fact and draft conditions of approval for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions from board members for Emily at this time? All right, and with us we have the applicant. If you want to give us a quick update.
Sure. Good evening, Drew Olahowski with Haley Ward. So as Emily said, one of the primary topics last meeting was the aesthetics of the building, just meeting the city's design review criteria. We have provided some landscaping along the long side of the building just to help break up that long blank wall a bit, just to improve the aesthetics there. I also spoke with the assistant superintendent of schools just to discuss the potential signage or murals that will go on the building at some point. At this point, they are happy to add some kind of sign or mural, artwork, anything like that. At this time, we don't have a finalized visualization of what that would look like. But I did want to provide just that rendering, just a concept idea of what they might do there, just for the record, just to show that something will be done. It's not just going to be left blank. I believe the other topic last meeting was the exterior lighting, and I did provide an updated cut sheet just showing which specific fixture we are going to go with for that. So hopefully that meets the board's request as well. And so with that, I don't have any other outstanding items, so I'd turn it back over to the board.
Great, thank you, Drew. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Drew, I had a question just with regards to the landscaping, because one of the conceptual ones where you kind of had the proposed mural over the door on the short dimension looked like just a couple of grassy esplanades that were coming out to the left of the parking area. But on your site plan, the enlarged site plan, it looks like the kind of plantings are going, you know, perpendicular with the, parallel with the building, and there are shrubs in there. So which one is the one that you're really trying to do for the design criteria, the shrubs?
It's the site plan, the shrubs, yeah. I think it just came out looking odd on the rendering just because of how that building is rendered on there. It's kind of more isometric than, it's just kind of like an illusion, but it's the site plan.
So there'll definitely be some like evergreen type
Plantings, yeah.
shrubs that will have some height and mass and depth to them to
Yep,
break up
correct.
that line.
Yep.
And yes, thank you very much that the photometrics, in my opinion, were meet our criteria, and it's very clear what wattage you were intending in the distribution, so it paints a much clearer picture, you know, for me, and it's very acceptable. Most of the board, they're equivalent to what you may have all known as like a 100-watt incandescent bulb. In the olden days, they're not a very intense bulb, so it'll be a nice soft light around the building. So, and then they're full cutoffs, so they meet our code. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions for the applicant?
And you addressed the fire department's concerns. They asked about disconnects for the EV charging stations.
Yep, that'll be handled prior to construction.
Got it. That was the only thing that I hadn't seen, but yeah, I think you addressed everything we had asked about.
Thank you, Joyce. Any other questions from board members?
Jeff?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the draft findings of facts for 40 Buxton Road, map 88, lot 10, for site plan amendment as drafted or dated August 20th, 2024.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any additional discussion on the motion to adopt the findings of fact as presented this evening? Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the draft conditions of approval dated August 20th, 2024.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion to adopt the conditions of approval as presented this evening? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to adopt the conditions of approval as presented.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the application for site plan amendment for 40 Buxton Road, map 88, lot 10.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
I will second.
Second by Jeff, thank you. Any additional discussion on the motion to approve the site plan amendment for 40 Buxton Road, map 88, lot 10? Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Jeff?
could we possibly take a 5-minute recess?
Sure, we can 5-minute break. Thank you. We'll continue this evening with item 7D. This is for 416 Buxton Road. This is map 116, lot 6-1. And this is a site plan amendment for Phase 2, presented this evening by Mr. Herv Thibodeau. This is an application of completeness review and public hearing, again, for site plan amendment, and this is for the installation of some compressors for the facility that is in the Rural Conservation District. Anything to add, Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thibodeau reached out to us and asked us to please help him put this on the board agenda as soon as possible. He did submit the materials to us. It has to do with distribution and warehousing needs at his facility, refrigeration needs. And so when the board reviewed the 2023 site plan approval, there was a reference and discussion at that point that if compressors were going to be installed, they would have to be installed as a subsequent site plan amendment with the board. At that point, I think there were matters of noise brought up, if I remember correctly. So that's what Irv is doing tonight. He's asking for your review and approval of installation of the compressors on the site. And the review, since you've already reviewed everything else on the site for the amendment, is really limited to the installation of anything new. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Emily. Any questions from board members for Emily? All right, and with us, the applicant.
Hi, my name's Gordy Smith. I'm an attorney at Verrill in Portland, and I represent Herv Thibodeau. Herv and his wife are here, and he asked me to present the application to you guys tonight, but obviously, if there are any specific questions about his operation, he's here to answer those. First off, as Emily said, this is a time-sensitive issue for Herv. He has been working on a contract for several years that just came through at the end of July, and the contract requires significant additional cold storage freezers at the building that he had approved and built last year. So we understand this is sort of an unusual request. It's a sort of a rush request, but it's necessitated by this contract that he needs to sort of keep his business afloat. And if he doesn't have the cold storage available, he's going to he's kind of like piecing things together right now. But if he doesn't get the approval in a timely way, then he could default on the contract, lose the contract, and that would put his business in jeopardy, which has been around for a long time. So I can get into some of the specific standards that have sort of been implicated by some of the comment we've gotten, and I know the board's going to hold a public hearing tonight. I would ask if after these discussions and the public hearing, if the board is open to sort of very quickly running through the applicable performance standards. There are only a few of those that are really relevant. Most of those don't apply. This is a very limited revision request for these 6 compressors. They're each about 3 foot by 3 foot. It's kind of, just attaching equipment to an existing building. We understand that we need to get the planning board approval, but if the board feels like we can just quickly run through those standards and it will be able to take a substantive vote on approval or not, that would be greatly appreciated. I understand that's not the board's normal process, but we would, respectfully make that request if that seems appropriate to the board. So we have a letter, just sort of in no particular order. We have a letter from the Jane McCloskey, who is the neighbor of the property, of Herv's property at 430 Buxton Road. She wrote a letter in support. I'd like to just read that into the record, and then I can submit it. And Jane is the closest neighbor to the operation and the neighbor that's closest to where these compressors are going to be installed. To whom it may concern, I live next door to Thibodeau's at 430 Buxton Road. I have lived here for 10 years and have never had an issue with noise. They are not loud and they are good neighbors. I have no issues with Thibodeau's installing 6 compressors on the side of their new building. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the meeting tonight. It's a little too late for me. Thank you, Jane McCloskey. Who should I hand this to?
To Emily, please.
Emily?
We'll make sure it gets stamped in the record and added to the more materials for tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
And a question, I think, for Emily. I know that there was one letter that was submitted that was in the board packet from a neighbor, and I understood from Emily that there was maybe some other public comment that had been submitted later after the board packet was put together. Is that available? Did that happen?
So there's, in the meeting material copies that are in the back of the room there for everyone, there should be an email from Tori Gorman forwarding an email from Keith LaCourse.
Okay. So I understand that there have been concerns raised by some of the neighbors about noise. I wanted to address that issue, if this is the appropriate time to do that.
Yes.
Okay. So in the application, you have this site plan that was submitted. There's also a revised site plan that was submitted based on feedback from the Public Works Director. Either one is fine. So you see that there's this, what says proposed building, 8,400 square feet. This is sheet C4. Does the board have that in front of them?
Yes.
Where it says proposed building, that building exists. This is taken from last year's site plan application. That building was approved last year and was built. And you can see on this drawing on the left side of the proposed building, sort of like the northwest corner, if you will, or side of the building, that's where the compressor units are going to go. Is that clear for the board where those compressor units are going to go?
Yes.
Okay. And so what you have in terms of sound impacts, there was submitted a data sheet, the spec sheet for these compressors, and they have a rated decibel level of 64 decibels. That's at this spec sheet, sheet 1 of 2, sort of where it says unit specifications. It's kind of the shaded line over toward the right. It says sound data, dB 64. So that's the sound level that's of the unit right when you're on top of it. And I understand that.
Sorry, could I?
Yeah.
Which unit is that on? Where can
So
I find that on ours?
If you're looking at the
Oh,
application.
there it is. I'm sorry, I found it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So 64 dB, that's one compressor. Now, one thing to understand is that there's 6 compressors, only 3 run at a given time, so they cycle on and off. And so you have, then you have sound attenuation over distance. The general rule is that sound levels drop 6 dB per doubling of distance. I did a calculation based on 500 hertz, which is the most prominent sound level from these compressors, and the hertz level of the sound kind of has an effect on how that sound propagates over distance. And so at 500 hertz, if you go out 100 feet, 64 decibels will attenuate down to 25 decibels over, that's with some assumptions, hard ground, meaning like snow or ice or pavement. Here, a lot of the ground is field. No intervening barriers, and that's with, sort of with the direction of the sound facing directly at where that 100 feet is being measured. So just without any screening or anything, at 100 feet out, the decibel, the actual sound pressure at that location is going to be attenuated well below what the 45 decibel nighttime limit that's imposed by the zoning ordinance. We're also proposing, this is not in the application, but we would accept, an approval conditioned on installing a soundproof fence or a sound attenuating fence. Typically, those will reduce, and we have some examples of manufacturers that I can give the board. Those will typically reduce the sound level at the source by about 10 decibels, or that's a sort of conservative estimate. So that would drop the sound level at the source, at the compressors, down to 54. And I did that same sort of modeling exercise where I put in, the 64 dB sound source, 500 hertz, and then added a sound barrier, and that sound was attenuated to 21 decibels at 100 feet distance. Now the neighbors, the Saco zoning ordinance sound level applies at the property line, and so this installation, as you can see on the site plan, is sort of in the middle of Mr. Thibault's property, and it's over 100 feet. It's 120 plus feet to the nearest property line where you would measure sound levels. So I think, and in addition, I think the impact of these 6 compressors has to be understood in the context of the ambient sound level at the site. Even though this is, we've accepted that this is the most restrictive sound level limits apply here, which are the residential and conservation limits of 55 dB during the day and 45 dB at night. It's also right next to Buxton Road, State Route 112, which generates a lot of traffic noise, even at times of night. And so the ambient sound levels, if you go out to the property, and Mr. Thibodeau did this with the sound meter, exceed 55 dBA during the day. And in some cases exceed it by 20 or 30 decibels, depending on what's happening with Buxton Road. It's just, so understanding that the addition of these 6 units, both in terms of what the expected sound level is going to be at property lines, it's going to be well below the thresholds of 45 dB at night and 55 dB during the day, and also below, in a lot of cases, the ambient noise levels that are being generated by Buxton Road. That said, Herv is, totally willing, understands he's heard complaints from neighbors and wants to address those. Those complaints are not in front of the board right now. We're asking for this approval of this prospective sound source, or one of the characteristics of it is going to emit sound. But for these 6 compressor units, and that's, as Emily said, that's what's in front of the board is the impacts from these 6 compressor units. That's what the board should be looking at. That said, we definitely want to address any issues that the neighbors may have and want to work with them. Another thing that we heard, there was a comment about backup truck noise and about lighting in the one letter that was submitted. The backup truck noise, there's, first of all, the emergency signals like that, safety signals are exempt under the ordinance from the sound limits. They're still annoying if they're happening at certain times of day. And Herv has said that we can sort of adjust operations so that that backup noise is not occurring at an early morning time. The trucks can back in during like middle of the day. Then when they leave in the morning, they can leave by driving forward, and the backup noise won't go on. Again, that's not an activity that's regular, that the board has in front of it based on this application. Just another way to work with the neighbors. Again, with lighting, we can also do work on that. So if I could just have half a second to read this comment that was submitted that I just got in front of me. Okay, so this is talking about existing compressor noise and light. So we just talked about that. As I said, those impact, that's sort of an enforcement issue maybe, but we want to work with the neighbors, and we'll put up sound attenuating fencing, reduce light levels, we can turn the lights down, and do all of that pretty easily as a gesture of good faith toward the neighbors. We're happy to do that. We can do that tomorrow. Again, that's not what's being reviewed by the board right here. So I think, as I said, this is a minor ask here for these 6 pieces of equipment. And I don't know how the board wants to handle this. I would just ask, I think the substantive review can go quite quickly because we're really talking about 1 or 2 standards that are in play, and the rest of them are not applicable. So I would be happy to go through standards now if that was okay with the board, or wait till after the public hearing, or not at all if the board doesn't want to do that.
All right, thank you. Our first step, we'll need to make a finding on the application being complete, and then the board will have discussion if we want for a moment, and then the public hearing. But we can, if the board finds necessary, yes, we can go through some of the standards. But we'll start with the application finding. Any questions for the applicant from board members? Jeff.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. You came up and said you're an attorney representing the clients. Do you have a degree in acoustic engineering, or did you?
No, but I have significant experience in sound regulation. I participated in the Maine Department of Environmental Protection rulemaking on sound regulation of wind turbines, and worked on extensive expert testimony in the field. So while I'm not a scientist or an acoustic engineer, I've done a lot of work consulting in the area.
Okay. Are these compressors that they're proposing inverter driven or across the line start compressors? They're scroll compressors, but.
I don't know the answer to that. Do you know? Yeah, what was the question?
Are these inverter driven compressors, or are they across the line? Are they variable speed compressors, or are they traditional refrigeration across the line start? Okay. So that may affect your baseline of 500 hertz that you were using. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and like, this is obviously what I was saying was not a, you know, I'm not providing a sound model that's been, you know, produced by an acoustic engineer, but I think that the levels are not even close at the property lines. So I think that the board can find that the standards have been met without that, you know, imposing that $10,000 cost or whatever on the applicant to produce a sound study by an acoustic engineer.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions from board members? Jeff?
Unless you're posing a question, I was ready to make a motion. It looked like you might be thinking, though.
I'd like one piece of clarity here.
Sure.
We have on the plan here, there's a line that goes through the property. In that, I guess I'm looking for clarity on that line.
That's sort
And
of.
this is, Emily, if you could pull up that drawing, it's the 627.79 foot length line that runs sort of northeast to southwest.
Is it on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's the one that's, 15, 16 feet or so, just to the left of the compressors.
What's the question?
Well, is that not a property line that, right where some of the biofilter surface area is and
Yeah.
some of this proposed grading?
No, that's not a property line. That's a sort of intermediate line between both the parcel where it shows the proposed building and the parcel on the other side of that line are both owned by, what is the name of the owner? What's the name? Next Generation LLC, which is Herv's company or entity that holds both of these lots.
Okay, so there
They're
are
under-
there are two lots.
Well,
that are
I don't.
both owned by.
I think
One
this is just a
property.
single tax parcel, and I don't know why that intervening line is there. Do you know? Yeah.
Yeah, come on up so the mic can pick you up. Thank you.
From my understanding, so it was two lots originally, because there's two, quite a ways back, there was two apartments in the existing buildings. So to have two dwellings per unit, they had two lots drawn. So that dotted lot that you see there, I think it's void. It's an old lot, because there's a contract zone that now incorporates both of them. I think I'm saying that correctly.
In any case, they're under common ownership, which is the LLC that's controlled by Herv, and so it's not a boundary line for purposes of land use standards. It's a participating parcel.
Mr. Chair, I do have the 2023 site plan that the board reviewed. If you want me to pull it up on the
Yeah.
screen, just showing the two parcels.
Yeah, could you please?
This is the signed site plan we have. So I believe and the applicant can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe all these buildings are operating in some supportive fashion of the business.
Sure. Within two separate lots, it appears.
So on the screen, on the left-hand side of the screen, which would be the Buxton side, that building is independent from the company. That's just an apartment building.
Sure.
That's why those lots are, I believe, only for addresses. That's 416 would be closer to Buxton side, and it's for that one apartment building. And on the right-hand side, it's for, just reverse, 426, 416 on the Saco side.
So plan left with the building at Buxton Road.
Yep.
So you could sell that tomorrow if you wanted to.
Correct. Well, I have no idea, to be honest with you, because of the business zone that was given to us. I would have to address my attorney on if I could sell one building. I don't know how that part works.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could hopefully provide some clarity. The zoning ordinance defines lot as a continuous area of land in single or joint ownership. So where those two parcels are owned by the same entity, they don't constitute, they're considered a single lot under the ordinance definition.
Okay. Well, I've never heard it quite interpreted like that, but my question has been answered.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Joyce?
Yes, while we're asking questions, Mr. LaCourse is indicating that he assumes Mr. Thibodeau has already installed the new equipment. Has the equipment already been installed and you're asking for something after the fact?
No, it has not been installed.
Is it, as I recall, last year when you were in asking for approval of Phase 1, you had trucks running on the property, sort of providing temporary storage because you didn't have the buildings built. Do you still have temporary storage? I'm just wondering if what he's hearing is
No,
trucks
so
running.
That we sourced elsewhere. So that those freezer trucks that were there were tractor trailers, those are all gone.
Because as I recall, they had a higher noise. They were creating more noise than what you were proposing
super
to
loud.
do.
Yeah, we had 5 at one point, and all 5 are gone and have been gone. Yeah.
So there are other existing compressor units on the site. And so that's, I assume, what the comment is referring to.
Thank you, Joyce. Any other questions? So again, our first step here is to make a finding on the application completeness.
Mr. Chair, I move to find the application complete.
Oh, second?
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion to find the application complete for 416 Buxton Road? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes?
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to find the application complete. Any discussion that the board wants to have, or would you like to hear from public?
I was thinking it was a good opportunity for the applicant to give us their view of the standards that we're looking at, because then if the public wants to make comment, they know what basis they're using.
Jeff?
Yes, I would like to hear the applicant's review of the standards.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So I think I'll start with, there are a couple different sections that are applicable. I'll start with Chapter 179, the site plan review criteria. There are the site plan design standards in Article 5. I don't think those are relevant. I don't want to waste the board's time going through them unless the board feels like it wants to address those standards. This is a very small installation on an existing commercial site that I don't think is implicated by the the purpose of the design standards. But I would welcome feedback from the board on that.
personally, I don't see any design issues here.
Well, no, we're only reviewing additions or subtractions or revisions to the previous approval. So if there's no proposal here to adjust anything, so no, that standard would not be applicable.
No structures will be altered. Okay, so moving to Chapter 179, Article 6, approval criteria under the site plan review standards. Compliance with all applicable standards. The development will comply with all good neighbor standards? That's in Chapter 230, I'll address that. Performance standards, that's what we're looking at here. The zoning ordinance, that's where the good neighbor standards are. And if applicable, standards of the natural resource districts, we're not in that. So we'll talk about that question, but that standard is satisfied. Other laws, other local ordinances, and state and federal laws. There are no state and federal laws that are implicated here. And as we'll discuss, it complies with the relevant ordinance standards. Compatibility with neighboring buildings, bulk location and height of proposed structures are compatible with neighboring properties. This is a small modification to an existing large commercial building. It's not going to have any effect on visual, the visual harmonious relationship of the property as it is today and if the compressors are installed. Natural features, the structures and other improvements are, I just talked about, the structures and natural are harmonious with, did I go through, I'm on D right now. I said C, compatibility with neighboring buildings, bulk location and height of the proposed structures are compatible with neighboring properties. That's what I just addressed. The bulk and location of these compressors is quite minor compared to what's there already. Natural features, the structures and other improvements are harmonious with the site's natural features, preserve the natural landscape, and minimize grade changes. There won't be any grade changes. There won't be any alteration of the natural landscape or any natural features to install these. Public safety, access to the site and structures is adequate for emergency responders and will not create fire hazards or other safety hazards. We have a letter from the fire chief saying no fire hazards. Lighting, the proposed exterior lighting, there is no proposed exterior lighting for these compressors. Landscaping, buffer screens and on-site landscaping is provided to minimize the impact of parking areas and other features on neighboring property. As I said, we're planning to put a sound attenuating fence around the compressors, and so they'll be screened visually. We can also, probably just for Herv's own, standards, probably put some shrubs or trees around the fence to shield the fence from view. Off-site impacts. The proposed development does not have a significant detrimental effect on the use and peaceful enjoyment of abutting property as a result of noise, vibration, fumes, odor, dust, or other cause. So this standard is relevant on the question of noise. So in addition to the numerical sound limits that are imposed under the zoning ordinance, we have this standard for off-site impacts. None of these other, there won't be any vibration, fume, odor, dust, or other impacts from the compressors. On the question of noise, as I talked about, it meets the numerical standards, and that it also, the impacts from these compressors may not even be felt because of the existing ambient noise that we talked about based on the Buxton Road traffic. In addition, this standard applies to abutting properties. And now the ordinance doesn't, I'm not aware of a definition in the ordinance of abutting properties. Sometimes there would be a definition that says, adjoining properties and and properties within so many feet of a given development. I think here, without that any definition, a butter means adjoining property, and there's one adjoining property to the sort of east or toward the Saco side of Buxton, on the same side of Buxton Road. Then once you get over to the Harvest Circle, there's one of the letters, the letter that was submitted came from a neighbor on Harvest Circle. And that property is not doesn't adjoin any of the property lines of the project. But even so, it's well, it's several hundred feet away. It's not, the sound is going to be significantly attenuated from this proposed source, and it will likely not be able to differentiate the impacts from this source than from existing ambient noise. Vehicle circulation and pedestrian access, there's no vehicle circulation or pedestrian access related to the compressors. Flood hazards, not applicable. Wastewater, not applicable. Solid waste, not applicable. Stormwater and erosion controls. You saw that the city engineer had a comment about the drip edge, the existing stormwater controls. The site plan was revised by Goral Palmer to address those concerns, and the city engineer signed off on that. Water supply, not applicable. Hazardous materials, there are no hazardous substances involved. There's Freon in the compressor that the compressors use for cooling. That's the same stuff that's in our refrigerators and air conditioners and all around our environment. Wildlife scenery and unique critical areas, that's not applicable. There's no significant scenic vista, significant wildlife habitat, or unique natural areas that are going to be impacted. Traffic, there won't be any traffic impact related to the compressors. Water quality, not applicable. Utilities, compressors are going to be served by existing electrical infrastructure on the site. And audio-visual buffer. So setbacks and screening provide a robust audio-visual buffer so as to minimize adverse impacts on nearby properties. That's sort of a restatement of the standard on standard H on off-site impacts. And so I think I won't repeat myself. So those are the site plan standards. I can pause there and see if there are any questions or move on to the next set of standards.
Any questions from board members?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, we've been through this, and I think that the only real criteria that I'm concerned about is our city engineer had reviewed. There was concern about the drip edge, the placement of the compressors in that drip edge, and the perimeter filter. The Goral Palmer corrected that and gave us the calculations for the increased impervious area for this concrete pad. My only question is, the applicant's very willing and open to condition of a sound attenuating buffer and possibly some shrubs, but we have to be careful. I'd like to know what their plan is because they have their retention pond there. What is the weigh-in of Goral Palmer or the city engineer with regards to if we require a fence, a sound attenuating fence or vegetation, it can't necessarily be in that planting, that drainage swale, as well as there needs to be functional space and setback of that buffer so there's appropriate airflow through the compressors. And I think that would probably be the only detail that, I'm kind of lacking is will they be able to meet, functional standards so the applicant's compressors will work to their full efficiency and be able to provide some sort of a construction method to offer some audio screening. And then the applicant's representative claimed that there'd only be 3 compressors that could run simultaneously, maybe a condition of approval that would state that they are interlocked and no more than 3 could run at any common point in time. So I guess that's kind of my only question. I mean, that's the only thing that was on my list. Is a pretty simple site plan amendment, and I thought we'd kind of breeze through it. I'd like to hear what the neighbors have to say. And I'd like to know what they could offer for a simple mitigation mitigation measure of installing a fence that's not going to be inside the required runoff area.
Well, I can address some of that. So Herv went out and got actually got a quote today on installing sound mitigation fencing. There's a number of companies that do it. This one is just an example, and you'll see, and I can pass this out to the board, but it's essentially a chain link fence with heavy blanket material or, you know, sound absorbing material that's attached. So it's like you set up this chain link fence, and then you hang this matting on it to absorb sound. So the actual sort of impervious surface is just that of a few poles on a chain link fence. I understand that concern. I think that that's, we can get, if the city wants, we can get Goral Palmer to sign off on that. But I think it's a de minimis impact on the impervious filtration that's going on there. But we can certainly, you know, we would be happy to have a condition where we provide the city with some Goral Palmer sign off on that.
Thank you for your thoughts, Jeff. Any other questions at this time regarding any of the review standards or performance standards?
So then going to the good neighbor performance standards in Chapter 230, Article 6, going through those, Section 601, that's applicability. 602, dust, fumes, vapors, and gases. There won't be any dust, fumes, vapors, and gases. These are electrical units. Section 603, explosive materials, no explosive materials. 604, exterior lighting. There's no exterior lighting associated with the compressors. Section 605, noise, and we talked about that. You know, the city has said this is a residential and conservation district. So the most restrictive sound limits apply of 55 dBA during the day and 45 at night. We talked about sound attenuation. By the way, this is from this this is from the quote that Herv got was from Acoustablock that does work nationally, and this is part of their materials showing what their installations look like, and in this particular one, it said the sound was reduced from 80 dB to 60 dB at the property line, 120 feet away, after the installation of the fence. So we believe that based on the attenuation over distance to the property line, which is the nearest property line that's not owned by, you know, not under the control of Herv or the entity that owns that property, is going to be significantly below 55 during the day and 45 at night. 606, odors, no odors. 607, screening. We talked about screening. We have, under screening, there's non-residential uses, abutting residential districts. the side or and rear yard of non-residential use which abuts a residential conservation or resource protection overlay district shall be maintained in a natural state to provide a visual screen between districts. That's the case here. 608, sanitary waste disposal, that's not applicable. 609, storage and handling of chemicals and similar materials, no chemicals involved. 610, water quality, not applicable. So I believe those are all the relevant standards, but if I'm mistaken, I'd be happy to be corrected.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Mr. Chair, I move to open the public hearing for 416 Buxton Road.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
I'll second.
Thank you for the second, Joyce. Any discussion? Those in favor of opening the public hearing for 416 Ferry Road? Carrie Lynn?
Buxton.
Sorry, not Ferry Road, 416 Buxton Road. Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to open a public hearing for 416 Buxton Road. If anyone is here to discuss this application this evening, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and we will gather your questions and address them all together at the end.
Mr. Chair, seeing no interest of the public to speak on this item, I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any additional discussion? Those in favor of closing the public hearing for 416 Buxton Road, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to close the public hearing. Board members, discussion, any final thoughts, questions, concerns?
Mr. Chair, could we maybe have the planner pull up that site map and give us the direction of the location of the one neighbor that had the written concern about, well, actually, two neighbors had written concern about the noise? It's the same one twice. Just an orientation of the lot from where it is on the compressors.
I'll pull up the GIS view if that's okay with the board. It might be a little easier to see.
Yes, thank you.
I just have to open it up. Just give me a minute. So this is the subject property here, these two properties. And they were right in here, this one here. And they had come into our office to speak with us and then submitted a letter.
Thank you for that clarity.
So Emily, the property, you're talking about the property off of the cul-de-sac, not the property off of 112?
Yeah, Lisa, do I have the correct property? Because they spoke with Lisa directly, yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I guess I did have some concern when I was doing my review. And as the applicant's representative pointed out, I had noticed too that it was 64 decibels per unit, 6 of them. I'm glad that he clarified only 3 could be running simultaneously. My big thing was going to be to see if we could come to some compromise for some noise buffering. I don't know if the applicant has a picture of one of the proposals that he inquired about that he feels like he might want to offer up, if he could submit that, so maybe we could just take a look at it. I mean, I think it could be a really pretty quick condition of approval that he installs that. I guess if it's installed too close and his units don't work, it's going to be on him, but we obviously want to make sure he has airflow, but we want to be aware of possible noise concerns for the neighbors. You know, a quick Google search, 64 dB isn't particularly loud. It's a kind of a normal conversation, but when you multiply that with a couple of units, there could obviously be concern. I do live on Route 112, and I will tell you that certain times of the night, there are no trucks going by, and it is kind of quiet, so you can hear some things that you wouldn't normally hear during the day. So just in respect, I think it might be an easy mitigation if there's some sound attenuating, and it sounds like he's willing to install it, so I just would like to kind of see what he'd consider proposing, if that's acceptable to the board.
So we have two sort of manufacturers here that I can submit as examples of sound attenuating fencing that HERV will install something akin, equal, or to greater effect than these. I'm happy to submit those to the board.
Sure, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? Any other concerns, Jeff?
Through the chair, I think I'd be open to kind of getting the glimpse of what he showed on the pictures of basically what the fencing looked like. It's not, I don't know, aesthetically pleasing, maybe. So I think it would. I think it would. He mentioned, you know, adding maybe some shrubs or some. I mean, depending on what you have for space over there, even if there's arborvitae, it'll add a little bit more cushion to the noise. But I think just having the fence there isn't going to be aesthetically pleasing.
Thank you. Jeff?
I guess I'm just a little bit mixed. I mean, I would rather not do detrimental harm to the stormwater treatment that's there by planting vegetation in it. I think that that's a greater long-term goal. Given the setback of this building from, you know, Route 112 and the setback from most of the other properties that aren't in the applicant's control, I don't know, you know, we're talking about probably 15, 16 linear feet of fence that he's going to install around, maybe a little bit more, 3-foot units with the air gap. I mean, you might have 30 feet of fence that's going to be along his building, and the units are not very tall. They're typically under 3 feet tall. So if he puts a 6 or an 8-foot attenuating fence up, you're not really going to see much of it. So I guess that's just, I mean, the other thought is does he just put something on the outside of the sound attenuating portion of it, some sort of a PVC slat? Would that make you feel like the aesthetic requirements are met? You know, we're not here to review the whole project, which is just this one site plan amendment.
Yeah.
It's the 6 compressors. So.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I was just bringing up kind of the vegetation, because he did, just to make it look, you know, it does still face the road. So, but yeah, I mean, putting something out there that just doesn't leave a long, dark fence is, you know, that's what I'm thinking.
Thank you, Carolyn.
If I could
Joyce,
address
any-
the board on that.
Sure, hold on. Give us a moment
Yeah.
here to, Joyce, go ahead. Do you have any thoughts?
No, I think, honestly, I'm not even sure the sound attenuating fence is necessary, given the distance to the other lot lines, but the applicant offered, and I'm certainly never going to say no to reducing noise. But I think what they're proposing is adequate.
All right, thank you, Joyce. I agree with the sound attenuated fence element. That's gonna, I feel that's gonna be required for our good neighbor, our noise standard. We have landscaping, we have that requirement, we talked about that. I think the landscaping could also meet the visual buffers as well that Carrie Lynn's speaking of. I also feel, I appreciate the timing for the applicant here. So during my review, I was thinking about a process that we could work through, and with some of these elements here, I think with the sound screening and a visual landscape buffer, I think can be successful, and I would even throw out there that once this is all installed, that the applicant provide a decibel level report back to city staff to show that the ordinance has been met, in lieu of providing calculations. We have actual measured limits during the day and night. I guess and I say that because I'm not convinced the property line that's applicable is hundreds of feet away. I think, as I understand the plans here, it's 15 to 16 feet away. I understand that the applicant owns both pieces of property. We reviewed this a year ago, so we expected to come back and have additional conversation about it, but I don't see any exceptions in the ordinance that talks about a property that's in the same ownership. It talks about jointly owned properties, but not, I think that property to that property line to the west is applicable. So I guess that's why I'm thinking screens, the sound screen and the visual landscape buffer. But other than that, a few conditions, as the applicants mentioned, I don't know, I don't see that there's much more beyond what we've seen and spoke of tonight. But I welcome more discussion, of course.
So we'd have conditions of approval requesting them to add fencing to attenuate sound, add some landscaping to screen the fence, and provide a decibel level report after installation of the fence?
I think it, not to overly simplify it, but I think it could be as simple as that.
I'm just thinking if planning staff is drafting conditions of approval for us, we can give them that direction.
And these conditions, Emily, would be in addition to the original conditions from the original site plan, correct?
Yes, the first one would just keep all the original conditions in full force and effect.
Sure. Any other
whatever.
thoughts from board members? No? Yes.
So I
Thoughts?
just wanted to comment on some of the proposed conditions. So under the condition that only 3 compressors will be operating at any time, I would propose to amend that to say under normal operating conditions. There may be some emergency situations. For example, if there's a power outage, then all the compressors start up at the same time for 2 or 3 minutes. But that's not the normal operation. And again, there could be sort of unusual extenuating circumstances, like someone leaves the door open in the middle of the summer to the warehouse and leaves for the night, and you might get some more, maybe more than 3 operating at that time. I just don't want to, those are extenuating circumstances. Under normal operations, there are only 3 operating at a given time. So I would propose that amendment to the condition. On the landscaping condition, and I don't know if that was up there yet when I saw that, but I think Herb is fine planting trees or shrubs or something. I don't know if it would be right next to the fence because of the stormwater concerns. I'd also just note that, you know, what we're looking at here is a fence against the backdrop of an existing wall of a huge commercial building, so it's not necessarily going to be even discernible necessarily. Or I guess, you know, we could, one thing is there may be a color fix to this where the fence is color matched to the building. There might be other ways to sort of do that. I don't know if that's feasible or not right now, but to have some flexibility about that screening. Obviously, if Goral Palmer says you can't plant trees in the filtration area, you can't do that.
Board members, I guess I'll start. I think the adjustment to normal operation, I think that's fine. The landscape, so the concern, I think the main concern is the sound. So the screens are in close proximity with the sound dampening mats to absorb the sound. The closer they are to the units, I suspect the better. As far as the landscaping, I think the landscaping could be pulled further from, they don't have to be right on the fence. They could be pulled further from the fence. As you stated, distance is a great ally with sound. So having the sound mat with the fence, having a buffer of space, and then some landscaping, I think is probably going to yield the best result. I think there can be flexibility in that landscaping, its location. But my biggest concern is just the decibel level at the end of the day, measured at the property line. So for me, I think there can be flexibility in where the elements are installed to not affect any of the stormwater in this biofilter area. So we can modify or add a condition that says to the satisfaction of the engineer, the city engineer, with that. If you think that's appropriate, Emily, and if board members agree, Jeff.
I have two thoughts. One, when we start placing the condition number 4, I think we need to be clear, because the applicant stated that he already has compressors on site for this building. I want to be clear, we don't tie his hands on functionality, that he can only have 3, so it's 3 of the 6. Yeah, so I think we should just spell out the 3 of the 6 on this pad on the northerly side of the building. I think that would be important. You don't want to have a commercial refrigerated building that you can't sustain your heat loss in. Second thing, I'm assuming that other locations were ruled out because of design characteristics of what's within the building. You couldn't put it on the rear of the building, street side? Okay. Because that would have allowed easier screening with vegetation. Yeah, I'm not, if you can put the vegetation across the retaining pond, it's not a very deep swale, it's only 1.5 feet or so deep, it looks like. That would be fine. I'm also fine with some of these amazing artists that paint murals and stuff on flat walls, and you can make a really cool, look. I'm not sure how this material will bond to that, but like we did kind of discuss, it's a kind of unique, out-of-place building for that area, and I think the big thing is buffering and the height of that building. It's a pretty high building, right? It's like 16-foot eve height or something. So 6-foot fence isn't going to really show that much. So I'll go with the board. If we can at least get the sound attenuating fence, you'll have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? Joyce?
I think these draft conditions of approval, I mean, they work for me if they work for the applicant.
I had one other comment on another condition, which is the
Sure.
sound monitoring. It's important when you're doing sound monitoring that we're assessing the source that's being permitted right now, because there are going to be a whole bunch of other sound, like if you go out there and during the day and monitor the sound level at the property line, you're going to be getting Buxton Road traffic and a whole bunch of other stuff. You're going to be getting existing compressor noise. And so it's possible you wouldn't get, even under ambient conditions, you could go out there right now and, I mean, Herb did this, and you'd be at over 55 decibels at the property line during the day.
So a good, perhaps a recommendation would be creating a baseline now before the installation of the compressors, and then a number after the install of the compressors. If the applicant could show that there's no increase, and it was 60 before you install the compressors and it's still 60, I think that would show that there's no increase. I guess I feel that would satisfy the requirements of the zoning.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may. The zoning ordinance for sound is supposed to be met regardless if there are existing conditions or not. The contract zone does not allow you to go above the noise ordinance.
Correct.
However, if you want to have a baseline for these specifically, but if there's already noise that's happening at the property line from this specific business, then that's going to have to be addressed through code enforcement.
Sure. Maybe a bad example, but I understand it's tricky. Sure, yeah. It might be a difficult task. I understand, not to open a can of worms that Emily is alluding to might be opened. But without having screening, vegetation, data calculations where I guess that's sort of a solution to offer. Jeff?
Well, we're opening a can of worms, and since we're going down that road, I think if we're going to start measuring baseline, we need to make a condition that he does all 6 units running simultaneously, so we know worst-case scenario from this unit. So if we're going to establish a baseline at 20 or 15 feet on this property line that I kind of agree with you, even though the owner owns both sides of it, if we're going to measure there, let them fire up all 6 compressors with no sound attenuation fence, get a baseline reading, install the sound attenuating fence, and make sure that they drop below the zoning ordinance of 50 during the day and 45 at night.
I mean, I don't disagree. If we can provide, if the measurement can be provided at a distance that meets the requirements, if it's 10 feet away with the sound attenuation fence alone, let's say, at 10 feet, if the decibel levels are met, then I would not be concerned what the decibel level is at the street 100 feet away. Because we know the equipment that we're reviewing and the standards we're reviewing them on, X distance from that equipment, if the decibel level is there and it meets, then I would say the standard is met at the property line without measuring at the property line, understanding outside factors. There's buildings, there's echo, there's a lot of elements outside of the control. So I would support something like that.
Are you saying not to measure at the property line, but to measure closer than the property line? Because I would think the appropriate spot to measure would be the closest property line to the compressors.
Yes. My recommendation is if the specific review is on these compressors, but there are other ambient noises, there are other outside factors that could be contributing to noise at the property line. So the closer we get to the property line in the 112 property line, for example, the further we are getting from the source that we're evaluating. So we're losing, the further we get from it, the more control we lose from that sound source. We're going to pick up other sound sources. So it would be nice to understand the immediate distance from the source that the decibel level is met. So if the decibel level is met 10 feet from the source and the property is further, then I would say that the standard has been met because the property is further, the standard has been met before it hits the property line. Does that make sense?
Oh, I hear what you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out how you work that into a condition of approval. Keep measuring as you walk away from the property until you meet the standard.
Well, I don't think we changed the standard. I think I don't think the condition changes. The condition, it must be met. I'm just saying the avenue and the calculation that's provided to the city to show that they've met the standard doesn't have to be a measurement at the property line to show they've met the standard at the property line. Does that make sense? Did I word that correctly?
Right. If they meet the standard and you haven't even made it to the property line, then you know you've more than met the standard.
Sure.
Got it.
Jeff?
So are we going to call the property line, like you said, that just on basically where the 30-foot mark is denoted on their site plan? They have their extended pad, they have the retention biotreatment area, and then there's a dimensional line that marks 30 feet. That's the property line that we're going to reference between the 2 parcels that this applicant owns?
That general area, yes. I don't know if that 30-foot dimension is to the property
No,
line?
no, it's not to the property
Yeah,
line. I'm just
okay.
saying on our plan, that dotted
Yes,
line that indicates the property line is what you're referring to.
yes. I believe that's a property line that's in play. I guess we could, it being an enforcement issue, I would probably defer to Emily and Dave Toomey on maybe that final determination, but that, we've seen it on 2 plans. There's a heading on it with a distance. It looks like a property line, and if that property is sold at some time in the future, the standards still must be met, regardless of who owns the property, in my opinion.
So,
Emily?
may I ask for some help?
Sure.
So I just want to understand, I know you haven't added the condition yet, what we should be looking for in the planning department. Are we looking for like a report by someone who's come out and has done a professional level sound report for us that shows the noise at the property line? So we have to follow what the ordinance says, which is at the property line.
Yep.
I do believe, in reference to the property line between the 2 properties, I would have to go back and check, and I'll verify this, but I believe that the contract zone require that those properties kind of be used together. So we would have to just verify that as staff, reread that, and then make sure that the noise ordinance is met from the applicable property line. But I just want to make sure that we're clear, and then if there was a timeline, we have to always put timelines on our conditions, so I just had picked 3 months arbitrarily, but it doesn't have to be, it can be 30 days or 15 days or whatever.
Okay. I think 3 months is fine. That allows coordination with the applicant to provide, to gather that information. We don't always do this, and I'm usually the one that says to not do it. Where we don't site plan, means and methods are by others, is what I almost live my life by. So I think the applicant should provide a decibel level reading at the property line, demonstrating that they meet the ordinance. I guess it should be it shouldn't be more complicated than that. I guess maybe in an effort to provide some assistance or guidance, I'm overly complicated it, but it should be that, the condition should be that straightforward, I believe. Provide a decibel level reading at the property line, showing that the ordinance has been met. And I suspect Code Officer Toomey has something that he's reviewed in the past. I'm sure this probably isn't the first time that he's looked at decibel level readings, required them or requested them from an applicant. So I guess I think it should be that straightforward, Jeff.
I agree, but can we go further to say that it'll be in a certified or accredited acoustic engineering firm? So somebody that has some credibility in.
That's
giving
what I
us
just need to know, if you want like code officer to go out there
No.
with them and say, okay, we've used a machine and it's the decibel level reading, or if you want something certified, stamped and sealed, and I've seen those before, I know what you're talking about, I just need to know which type you want, because it will matter what I tell Demetria that she needs to go find. Thank you.
I think that given, the technicality that the applicant's representative has brought in, we ought to have a fully certified report, so there's no question about the ambient noise and distraction noises. And I think 3 months is a little long. I think we could do 30 days. And I think it should be pre and post sound attenuation installation. And that the measurement is to be taken with all 6 compressors running simultaneously.
I have comments
So-
on these proposals.
Sure, hold on one moment. So I guess I don't disagree entirely. My first thought or my first concern is we shouldn't require this applicant to provide something more than what the code officer has accepted in the past. I guess if there's a standard that the code officer has or a particular expectation, I would be satisfied with that. I don't know what that is, but I guess we've never quite gone this far as a full report, sound engineer. I don't know what Code Officer Toomey expects or what he's seen or done in the past.
I think it's done different ways. Like, I think at one point we might have had a sound machine. So that's why I say, I mean, we can go out and check it, or we can get something from the applicant in writing, or we can go out together. And maybe it doesn't need to be this detailed. Maybe it just needs to be verification to staff that the noise ordinance has been met at the property line, at the applicable property line.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the applicant to show that the ordinance has been met, the standards have been met to the satisfaction of, in this case, we are creating a condition and putting it on the shoulders of city staff. But that's, I don't know, this is sort of my initial thought. If the expectation is a report from a sound engineer, then let's do that. If a sound engineer is required for this particular property, in this particular scenario, I don't know. I guess that's sort of, I guess, back to means and methods for the applicant. If a regular handheld device that you can get off of, probably get one at a hardware store, I suspect. But if they get one and hold it and it doesn't meet, then it's not going to bode well for the applicant, I guess. But go ahead.
And like anything else, I mean, you're in a technical world. It's going to be questioned. And, the applicant's representative is bringing up very technical points about background noise. And if you have an acoustic engineer that has certified equipment that's been calibrated, it puts the city in a very defendable spot. We don't have to worry about the neighbor coming up after and saying, well, you didn't meet your ordinance, and they go out and they hire somebody that is a certified, and we're relying on an Amazon decibel meter, without any training. It's like thermography. Your fire departments all have thermal imaging cameras. It doesn't mean they're certified thermographers. And we've had some really big industry faux pas because people don't understand the technology that they're using which looks simple enough. You point and get an image, but it's not that. It's a science. So let's just let them get a certified acoustic engineer, put the units on, measure pre and post at the property line, and then our due diligence is done. We've covered our ordinance requirements. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Any other board member thoughts?
I think it just sounded like the applicant had a comment about that, which I want to hear, because if they have a violent opposition to the timing or the methodology,
Yes.
we need to hear about it.
Yes.
If the board is going to require an acoustical engineer, a report from a professional acoustical engineer, then 30 days is not sufficient because there's long lead times in getting these guys. They need to come out to the site. I think, in addition, if you're going to require that ambient monitoring be done prior to installation and use, we don't know when an engineer is going to get out there. And Herb if we get an approval, he's going to go out there tomorrow and plug these things in because he needs that refrigeration to meet his contract obligations. So that condition ends up, I don't know whether we would be able to meet, if we might say it might take a month for an engineer to be free to come out there and do the kind of ambient testing that they do with their, according to their specific methodology. And that would sort of defeat the purpose of being able to. Now, I think what you can do is you can take ambient measurements without the equipment running, so you can do shutdowns, not pre-installation, not pre-operation, but you can do a shutdown of the equipment for some period of time in order to allow that to occur. So I would offer those suggestions. On the property line, I strongly disagree that the legal interpretation of the property line is that line that the board is looking at in the middle of Herv's property. The ordinance, the noise standard in the zoning ordinance, section 605 says you can't exceed the following limits at the lot line of adjoining properties. And a lot, as I said before, is a continuous area of land in single or joint ownership, described in a deed, plot plan, or similar legal document. Now, there is, the Maine Supreme Court has looked at a situation where you have a deed or multiple deeds that describe properties based on sort of lots, saying this parcel, I'm conveying parcel 1 defined this way, I'm conveying parcel 2 defined this way, I'm conveying parcel 3. They're all separately defined parcels or described parcels in that deed, but for the zoning purposes, the court has said those don't constitute separate lots. Those are not grandfathered lots of record. So I would strongly disagree that the operative regulatory boundary lot line is that internal line that the board actually doesn't really, it looks like it's a line on that plan. There's no information in front of the board to support a conclusion that constitutes a boundary line. So I would, it's entirely possible that the sound, level might be met there. I don't know, but I think imposing that as the property line is sort of doesn't support the purpose of the sound regulation, which is to protect neighboring properties. And I think, as Emily said, the contract zone doesn't allow those properties to be separated. The contract zone requires that those properties be operated together as part of the contract zone. So it's not a functional boundary line for the purpose of the sound limit requirement. So I would say, look, if the board, I don't, as Emily said, the town has used different practices in terms of what it's going to require for sound monitoring. If the board decides that it wants an acoustical engineering report, we can do that, but I would suggest that happen within 3 months. That's a reasonable time frame to get such a report, and that the representative ambient conditions can be taken, that the installation and operation of the equipment can occur before an ambient reading, sound reading needs to be taken. That reading can be taken based on, shutdown of the units. And in addition, the idea of taking the sound reading when all 6 units are operating, that's not going to be indicative of actual operations. So yeah, it's worst case scenario, but it's worst case emergency scenario. And that's not the normal operation of the units. Is three at a piece. And so if you're saying that that the compliance needs to be measured with all 6 units running, that's not under normal operating conditions. That's not that's not the sound that the neighbors are going to be experiencing. So I would make those recommendations.
All right, thank you. Board members' thoughts on the applicant's comments there. I think 3 months is fine, myself. It's like Emily suggested, we need a time frame. It's still, the burden is still on the applicant to show that the ordinances have been met. As far as the pre and post being during a shutdown, I don't see an issue with that, given the timing and efficiencies of having the study done. I could support that. I do agree with the applicant of if 3 of 6 compressors is normal operation, 6 of 6 is much. I guess we do have some provisions in the ordinance that talks about sound levels being exceeded for short periods of time, and there are some exceptions. I also think it would be in the applicant's best interest to have that decibel level of all 6 running at the same time to show what that would be for the board for any future discussions, if any had to be that they have that information. So if it were me, I would have them all running at the same time to have that info. I'd rather have the info than not, but I believe that captures everything. I guess the sound engineer, I don't disagree with Jeff on that one. Having the sound engineer, certified person, absolutely covers bases for everybody. So I guess those are my thoughts. Joyce?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm just wondering about, I guess, then changing number 5 to take out, and I know your cursor's right on it, Emily, the pre and post sound attenuation reading, instead stating just sound attenuation reading with compressors operating and shut off.
Any other thoughts from board members?
I think we need to determine the property line. And, you know, at this point, maybe we should just table and send it to legal and let them determine if it's still, if Emily's correct and the contract zone prohibits the division of those lots, then maybe we can view it as one lot. But if they're still tax and map 2 separate lots and they could be sold, you all have very valid points that could be a neighboring property in a year, and now we have this issue of noise at the property line. So since we can't seem to come to an agreement tonight, maybe we should just table and let legal get back to us as to what the definition of the property line is. We have legal different opinions. Let's see what the city solicitor says.
Mr. Chair, I agree wholeheartedly with Jeff, and having that property line right there, adding things that would be within the standard setbacks, if they were owned by 2 different entities, it turns it into a non-conforming lot if they do sell, and we can't really create a non-conforming lot. Thank you.
Are you saying the compressors would encroach on the setbacks?
No, it sounded.
I'm not sure we have any documentation of that.
Yeah, no, it sounded like Carrie Lynn was saying that if the proposed contract zone, or the question of the contract zone between 2 properties, if they're properties and if you sell one and it's part of a contract zone, does that make it non-conforming? Yes. If there's. I mean, we have we have many contract zones with many lots in them, all having the same standard. So whether there's 8 lots in a contract zone or 2 lots in a contract zone, it's a lot line. I don't see where our standard says if it's part of a contract zone, it doesn't count, or if the same person owns it, it doesn't count. The document that Emily pulled up a moment ago had setback lines on it from 2003. Every property line I've seen looks like that, that's all. I mean, I guess we're not here to, the intent of the application isn't to debate the property line, it's to meet the ordinance standards. So I guess in one vein, I support Jeff's, thought there to table. I guess I understand your thought there. I don't think tabling it's necessary. We've seen 2 plans with a lot line. If it's not a lot line, the plan should be updated to remove the lot line. If it's a lot line, the ordinance needs to be met. And if it's not met, I guess then there needs to be, then the applicant would show why it doesn't need to be met. But I don't know if to me, the question of that, whether that's a lot line and applicable or not, doesn't seem to be relevant tonight, I guess, is my thing.
Well, the question, though, is the property line, in my opinion, I guess. And I just looked on the GIS map, and there's lot 6.1, which is what we're talking about, and there's lot 6.2. The applicant owns both of them, but they're still tax map lot, 2 different lots. So that becomes, I think to your point, that becomes a true property line, and that would be the point at which you measure.
Sure.
So we need to give, I think, we're struggling, which I thought was to be a really simple application, a little bit of sound attenuation and be done, but we're bringing in so much technical stuff here that, we need to meet our ordinance about the sound decibel level at the property line. And I think the property line's pretty clear between lot 6.1 or 6.1 and 6.2. We need to give the sound engineer a point on the map to measure the sound. And I think we need to hold to it, that that's the line we're going to use. If they can get their measurement done, I'll go to 3 months, pre and post, whether they're running or not. If we're going to do a condition of approval, that's the location they need to measure it, the time they need to measure it, when the compressors are running and when they're not running. As far as, non-normal circumstances, I mean, most people's backup generators aren't normally running, but they do run. It's something that you hear. I wouldn't have brought up the interlocking, except the applicant said that they assured that there would be 3 running, and now there could be more. So let's just turn it over to people who are experts, sound attenuation, and let them meter it. And if they can meet the criteria, then they have occupancy to use them.
Thank you, Jeff.
I agree with Jeff, and I do think that it would have been, we came into this application thinking it was going to be a pretty simple, in and out, but when you get into the technicality of, there is a property line on the map, there is a property line on the tax map, there are 2 map block and lots and 2 tax bills. I ran into the same situation personally, and I don't know if it would behoove them to merge the lot. It would eliminate literally tonight. But, that they may have their own reasons why they haven't, but, the property line is where it turns into, a extenuating application.
And if I can just suggest, I agree with you. If we can get an approval tonight, and at the time of the submission of the sound report, the measurements will be taken at the applicable property line. Now, as you said, maybe that's a legal question, but we don't need to decide that tonight. When compliance is demonstrated, it will be demonstrated at the relevant applicable property line, at that time. And maybe that has to do with boundary line adjustment or a merger. Maybe it has to do with an opinion from city, the legal counsel for the city. But I don't think the board needs to decide that tonight. If we come back to city staff, or we submit our compliance report, and city says, no, you're measuring at the wrong property line, or then we haven't shown compliance. So we will show compliance in the report at the applicable property line. That doesn't need to be decided by the board right now, so, as a way of moving forward.
Thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? So we have, Emily, would you mind throwing up those conditions again?
Yes, this is what we have so far. Number 5 needs some work.
So, board members, we've found the application complete. We've opened and closed the public hearing. We've created draft conditions of approval. We've reviewed those. We've received comment from the applicant. So we have what we've discussed. Table to, if the board wishes, get clarity on a lot line, or we can move forward with the conditions as drafted with the information provided to us.
I'm more comfortable dealing with the draft conditions of approval because I'm uncomfortable with us deciding where someone's property line is. I don't think that's within our authority, and I think it is something that can be clarified, where they have 3 months to take these readings.
Meaning you,
I'm comfortable with these conditions of approval as drafted.
you're satisfied with the conditions of approval as drafted and the documents provided to date? I mean, I'm trying to choose my words appropriately here. We're only having discussion on this property line because there is a comment that it wasn't really a property line. So in any other scenario, condition, application, that line's there and we never talk about it. It's a line, it gets measured. So that's how I see it. It's how I see it today. I don't, not to say that we shouldn't be talking about it, but there it is again. I mean, it's a property line. If the applicant wishes to make an argument later in compliance, I think that's for a later compliance date. So I guess I would agree with Joyce. I can support the conditions of approval with the documents and plans provided to date and the discussions had. So that's just me.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion, unless, no, Jeff still has questions.
I think we need to rework number 5 a little bit. The language is a little, are we asking, it says provide a certified report from a sound engineer with sound attenuation, would be referring to the mitigation measure being installed. Is that what you were intending? Do we say with sound attenuation measures installed, with readings of compressors in operation and shut off, with decibel readings, with compressors in operation and shut off?
Except you're saying with sound attenuation measures installed, and then down below you're saying after installation of compressors, fencing, and landscaping. Yeah.
It was just the way it was worded, the sound attenuation, either we had to take it out and put decibels in there. It's just hard to, I'm getting pretty tired. It's hard to.
I think we can take out the of decibel levels too. So it says, provide a certified report from a sound engineer with sound attenuation measures installed with decibel readings of compressors in operation and also shut off, comma, within 3 months.
Correct.
Measurement will be provided demonstrating that the decibel level of the newly installed compressors meets the standards of the noise ordinance. The decibel level of the newly installed compressors read at the property line meet the standards of the noise ordinance?
Well, I think, isn't that
yeah,
verification of decibel readings at the property line?
Yeah, it just seems like these two underlined sentences are kind of saying the same thing.
Yeah, I think the last one could go. Meets the standards of the noise ordinance.
Yeah, because the standards of the noise ordinance talks about the property line. So we don't need to talk about the property line again. That's what the noise ordinance talks about.
So we're going to have them determine what property line we're talking about?
I think that's up to
That was part of the big question.
But
Carrie Lynn.
that's part of the compliance phase,
I-
is bringing in the report, and if compliance finds that they didn't measure at the right line,
I can't see how
send it back.
Code Officer Toomey looks at this plan and says it's not a property line. So there would be, I guess the burden's on the applicant to prove he meets the ordinance. I guess that's,
Meets the standards. Yeah, I think it reads a lot better tightened up like that. I think it gives it some more clarity. And number 4 is fine. Number of newly installed compressors that can be in normal operation at any one time is a total of 3 of 6.
May I just ask a question?
yes.
On the 3 compressors at one time, I think it would just be important to point out that if the noise ordinance is met with the 6 compressors going at once, staff will not be able to enforce that because the noise ordinance will be met. It's about meeting the noise ordinance. There's nothing that I'm aware of in the ordinance that says we can limit compressors. This isn't a conditional use. So I just want to make it clear that if we go out, if this report comes in and all the compressors running at once meet it, we're not going to limit the number that can be operational at one time. Staff will say the noise ordinance is met and we have proof of this, and if we get another complaint about it, then we will follow up on it through code enforcement.
So that's precisely why I recommended that all 6 compressors get calculated, and I support it with Jeff. It's all 6. Yes, 3 is normal operation. If they have the documentation in the reading that all 6 meet, to your point, then we have it in writing, in a report, good to go. That would be,
So do we eliminate the condition 4, where it says 3 of the 6 running, and put down that the sound test is taken with all 6 running simultaneously?
we can ask the applicant. It would benefit the applicant if it were worded.
Except if it
All
doesn't
six.
pass. If it doesn't pass the noise ordinance with all 6 running, so what? They're not planning on running all 6 at once.
Then we would
That's
have,
a fair
if I
point.
can, Mr. Chair, then we would have enforcement with the applicant, and we'd ask them to give us a compliance plan on how they're gonna meet the noise ordinance, and if they say, we're only gonna run 3 at once, then that would be their plan, that would go in the file, and we would agree that they'll only be running 3 at once. If you wanna write something on here, like one way to mitigate it is only to run 3 at once, I just don't want us to have an expectation that there's only gonna be 3 compressors if all 6 meet the noise ordinance.
Thank you. I guess let's hear from the applicant. I would support the applicant's recommendation on that number. I mean, that's, it's in their best interest to make sure that the ordinance has to be met and that they can operate the compressors as they need to. Again, it doesn't matter to me if all 6 of them need to run, as long as it meets the ordinance. So I guess that's,
It's kind of hard because I can't read what you guys are looking at from this distance to
Sure.
wordsmith that.
Oh, you should come around this side. It's
And-
huge. Even I can read this.
That's fine, yeah. Yeah.
Then you have to get, well, Shannon can give you a mic, too.
Yes, thank you, Shannon.
Hey, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great night out here. So we're talking about sort of merging 4 and 5, I think, because 4 is saying we're only going to operate 3 under normal operations, and then 5 has to do with compliance. So, you know, what Emily brought up was that if the applicant comes back, the sound engineer does a test with 6 running, and with those 6 running, their compliance is met or found, then it's not enforceable to have the 3-unit restriction in there, because the requirement in the ordinance is that the sound limit be met. So I would be comfortable with the conditions written as is, and if the applicant, it just gives the applicant the opportunity to say, hey, we're going to do this additional level of monitoring, and we find that we meet the sound limit with all 6 running, then maybe we'll come back and either that number 4 condition is just moot, it doesn't, apply, or the applicant can come back and, seek to have that condition removed.
Okay. So you're in support of 4 as written?
And 4 and 5 as written, yeah.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess I'm confused, because I kind of got the interpretation from the city planner that 4 was putting us in a position where it wasn't enforceable with the 3 of 6 units running.
Well, it might not be enforceable if it turns out they meet the noise ordinance with 6 running.
But quite honestly, I agree with Matt. I don't really care if they run all 6, better for their operation, as long as they meet the noise level at the property line. That's the only criteria we're being asked to evaluate.
I'm thinking if they agree to run 3, then they're limiting their own operations, and I'm fine with them agreeing to run 3 under normal circumstances.
It's the concern that 6 may be more than the decibels may be too high with 6. That's the concern. If we strike 4 and there's no number, then at any point with any number, if the ordinance, or if the decibel level is too high, then they're out of compliance. It gives them 3. If 3 is the minimum, they need 3. If they can meet the ordinance with 3, it gives them at least that. So with no number, that's where it creates something that it makes it a little bit difficult to enforce, because there's no definition. So
I mean, one thing to do is to just strike number 4, the limit, and just strike it, and keep number 5 as is. And when the sound compliance report is done, the acoustical engineer is going to do worst case normal operating conditions, and the report will specify that worst case normal operating conditions are 3 units running simultaneously. Or he or she might specify something else. But that's the sort of engineer's job, is determine I need to, tell me what is the normal sound operation that I should be measuring, and that's what we're going to run while we're doing our testing. So if, Herb says, if the engineers, the engineer is going to look at the specifications of these units and see, look, they run only 3 at a time, except under these situations, and maybe the engineer is going to say, to me, we should model 6. This is my professional opinion. That's what I'm going to model in order to capture what is realistic, normal operating conditions. Then that's what the report's going to say. But if the acoustic engineer says, you know what, the specifications on these units indicate to me that they're pretty much going to always be running 3 at a time, except in very unusual situations, then that's what I'll model.
So let's say hypothetically the report and the calculations performed, and the decibel level at the property line is met with 4 compressors running. Is there a scenario where 4 compressors would run? Or is it only 3 compressors at a time?
Under normal conditions, it's only 3 compressors. There may be some outlying condition. Like I said, there's a startup condition.
Sure.
For 2 or 3 minutes. That's,
sure.
I think,
So
exempted from the sound, and the ordinance exempts that kind of short term.
Right. So I mean, we genuinely want the business, and we want it to operate how it needs to,
Yeah.
well and correctly. And we don't want to create additional hardship and burden. But the ordinance still needs to be met. So I don't, if there's a scenario where if running 4 meets and it makes things more efficient and the operation of the facility can be better at 4, then I guess it's not necessarily my intent to say, well, you can't have 4 even though you meet the decibel level. So I think that was a little bit of the concern with that condition. But if,
Yeah. So I agree with
if
you.
you're still in support of that condition as written, and that's a good place to be, I think we'll keep it. Because again, if we take it out, then it opens up the can of, it could make it more difficult, I suppose. But
I'm trying to get across the, just to get across the finish line. And there's things that we can deal with later.
Sure.
So I agree. I'm fine with condition 4 in or condition 4 removed, because I think under either case, we're going to submit a sound report that is going to demonstrate compliance at the appropriate property line under normal or expected operating conditions. And maybe that will be 4 compressors. Maybe it will be 5 compressors. Maybe Herb says, you know what, I want to be able to demonstrate compliance up to this certain level, and so we're going to do that. And hey, if we don't get compliance at the appropriate lot line, running the amount of compressors we need to run, then we're going to put in more screening and more attenuation. So we're going to come back with a report that demonstrates compliance with whatever the number of compressors is at the appropriate lot line. So I think if the board wants to remove condition number 4, then we would be in support of that.
all right. So, board members, I guess final thought, let 4 in as it is, and once we receive the report, once it's in, if there's different information and an amendment needs to be made or wants to be made, that can happen at a later date. Is that correct, Emily? If we needed to, if operations change, decibel levels are favorable at the property line, and an adjustment could be made, correct?
Yeah, so it would be, yes, we can certainly leave 4 and 5, or listening to all the conversation, number 5 could be just modified a bit, that says, provide a certified report from a sound engineer with sound attenuation measures installed with decibel readings of compressors in operation and also shut off, comma, within 3 months of installation of compressors, period. Measurement will be provided demonstrating that the decibel level of the newly installed compressors at normal operating conditions meets the standards of the noise ordinance. And then you would strike 4, or we can leave everything as written. I would just say you want to make sure that we add of installation of compressors to make sure 3 months is clear as to when that timeline starts.
I support 5 as amended here with keeping 4, because normal operating conditions isn't defined without 4. I guess 4 defines normal operating conditions. So if normal operating conditions adjust from 3, then we could make that amendment later. Does that make sense? I guess.
Yes, and to amend the condition, just so you know, the applicant will have to come in, submit a condition amendment to me, and then I will have to send notices to people within 800 feet, take comment for 14 days. There's a process. I'm not
Sure.
going to be able to
The
just
same.
say, oh yeah, it's good.
Sure, a similar process to what we've been through now. Any other board member thoughts?
So, Mr. Chair, I'd move to adopt draft conditions of approval numbers 1 through 6 as presented.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
I'll second.
Second by Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion on the motion to adopt the draft conditions of approval as presented this evening, items 1 through 6, for 416 Buxton Road? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I would vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0. We have some findings of fact before us as well. These are our standard and typical findings of fact that reflect our ordinance in section 179, correct, Emily?
Yeah, these are the overview findings of fact.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the draft findings of facts dated August 20th, 2024, as drafted.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
Second.
Second by Joyce. Thank you. Any additional discussion on adopting the draft findings of fact as presented this evening?
So do you want me to go through the rest of the, so I wasn't sure if you were doing the overview. Sorry, I stopped scrolling.
So the motion, Jeff, for findings of fact include the overview and the site plan review criteria. I guess that's
Yes, that is
Question.
correct.
so. Yes, Emily. And these are reflected on our conversation we had this evening.
Yeah, I do need some help just filling out off-site impacts. I just didn't get that one.
That was, we had that as no off-site impacts are anticipated as a result of noise, vibration, fumes, odors, dust, or others.
Wouldn't that be because we're going to require the sound, or the acoustic engineer report
'Cause that's,
We
to
can-
verify?
We can add that, yeah.
yeah, that's still pending.
So based on board discussion, the presentation, conditions of approval.
In the requirement of a forthcoming sound acoustical report or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think that works.
Mr. Chair, I amend my motion to include the finalized off-site impact note.
Thank you for that amendment, Jeff.
Are we still in discussion?
No, I'll second. I was waiting to see the rest of the scrolling.
Well, I actually had a comment. In the off-site impact, should we add that Mr. Thibodeau actually had suggested that he would have his employees back in so that they don't have the evening rear backup beeping? Because that does affect the off-site noise.
As far as, you mean backing into the property or opposed to pulling into the property?
So he mentioned backing in at the end of the day so that when they pull out in the morning, as early as they do, they're not backing out and causing noise
No beeping.
to the abutters. Yep.
I see, early in the morning.
Yep. It was just something he suggested.
Was that outside the scope of what we're, the site plan? I guess the second piece of that is too,
Yeah, we're just talking about installation of compressors here.
yes, and I know it was a good gesture, and it'd be nice to tie it in, but quite honestly, I mean, I don't think, they must have to move the trucks to load them up. You don't park them, so at some point, the vehicle has to move backwards in the AM anyways.
And I'm sorry, I was just going off the off-site impacts that it was resulting in noise, so I.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that, I mean, yeah, the only noise that this application creates would be from the compressors. There's not going to be any change in terms of vehicles. Yeah, so I guess if you're listing that at all, it would be traffic considerations with noise concerns, not lighting concerns.
Okay.
So you move to approve these as amended, okay. So we have a motion made and seconded
to adopt the findings of fact as presented and discussed. Any additional discussion on these as we've reviewed them before us? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0 to adopt the findings of fact as presented this evening. Thank you. We'll have one more motion here.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the application for site plan amendment for installation of compressors at 416 Buxton Road, map 116, lot 6-1.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0. All right, thank you. All right, board members, we have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 items left on our agenda this evening. It is 10:07 p.m. Well past our limits for our standard operating procedures here. Emily, our next scheduled planning board meeting, I guess board members, given the hour, and I guess I'm going to ask Emily and then ask the board if there's any possibility or interest for a special meeting between now and our next meeting to address these 4 specific items. Is that a possibility here, Emily? And do the board members have availability in their schedule to agree to such a request?
It's a possibility for us. We could potentially do the 27th of August. We will not be able to update the memos. We would provide you with the same content that you have tonight.
I think that would be acceptable, that we would just move these items to a special meeting on, you said, the 27th. I have time in my schedule if other board members do as well. Carrie Lynn says she has time.
So next Tuesday, the 27th at 6.
Yes. No, and that would be no workshop items, Emily. And that would just be, I guess my proposal would be to just take up these 4 items.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go back and see how to order them, because I think it should be the oldest proposal first.
I think that's, yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
fine.
But they'll all be on there, yep.
Yes.
I don't know. I have to say that that'll be 4 meetings in a row, and I have a lot of stuff going on. I feel for these applicants. They need to be heard, and I was really ambitious that we're hopeful we'd get through material that should have been pretty quick tonight. I guess I have to say that I would prefer not to have an additional meeting on the 27th, but I guess that's the
Okay.
majority.
We will have 10 applications on September 3rd, so we will be backed up. It's fine if people need to wait, we will let them know they have to wait.
So that's, I can make time, Carolyn, Joyce, input.
I mean, personally, I'd rather have an additional meeting that doesn't go till 10 o'clock, rather than try to cram more things into September 3rd, which already sounds like a long night. I don't work as hard as Jeff, though.
I guess we also have two board members not with us this evening.
Jim emailed me that through his city email that he's available August 27th. I think he's listening.
That's funny.
His flu must not be bothering him that bad then.
He didn't take any NyQuil.
Well, if you're going to have a quorum at that point, then why don't you go ahead and plan it, and if I can work it in, I'll make sure that I'll do my best to be here.
Yes, let's, so we appreciate Jim's availability, and we understand if Jeff can't, if his schedule doesn't allow, we absolutely understand. So let's, if we could, and I appreciate the applicants that are still with us this evening, sticking around here. So if it works with the applicants for August 27th here, if there's no objections, I guess a motion to table. I guess we have some applicants with us, if we could, if the 27th works for applicants this evening. Would you mind coming on up just for a moment? It's hard to hear back there. Okay.
And I'm 74 Industrial Park Road.
Yes.
Last on the agenda.
Will the applicant, will you be available for the meeting?
Yes.
You would be,
I would be.
but you wouldn't be?
No.
Okay.
I'm out of town.
I think, board members, I think we can still schedule that item. We've talked about it a lot. If the applicant can be here, I think we've had much discussion at length. I think our questions and concerns have been addressed, and I think it's a matter of providing a report. So if, in an effort to agree not to delay, if you're in support of still of moving that item to the 27th
I mean, I
with your
am.
absence.
I'm not sure what to tell them to expect on the 27th, so my only concern is that something comes up and I'm not here to deal with it. But I know they don't want to be on for the 3rd with 10 other things. We've been last on nearly every agenda we've been on. That's not a complaint, just a fact.
Yep.
I guess it sounds like a complaint. to
That's
be
okay,
honest.
we understand.
I didn't want to be disingenuous about that. But we are always last on the agenda. This has been going on for 14 months. So I don't want to delay it, but I am a little bit concerned about what to expect on the 27th.
All right, well, let's, I don't think we should delay either, but I guess we'd like to put you on the agenda, and we can, I don't know what Carolyn's asking if this item could be the first item on the 3rd, if that,
I think that's why I was saying we'll make sure to put the oldest item first, and it's either this one or Hale Trailer. I'll have to just go back and look at the dates. We've had this one a long time, but Hale Trailer we have also had for quite a while, but I think Hale Trailer came in a little bit after.
okay.
So
really
what we'll do
fine
is
for
we'll
the
go back and we'll
27th.
take whoever was was submitted the earliest.
Okay, so I guess we could do the 27th,
The
or if,
reality is I'm out both of those days,
Yeah,
just because
both.
of Labor Day. So it's,
Sorry, I tried.
yeah, I really appreciate it.
Well,
It just
let's-
is what it is.
okay, well, let's, if you don't mind, let's keep you for the 27th.
Yep,
and
that's
we'll
fine.
We'll go with it. Okay, great.
That's fine.
Okay, so perhaps a motion to table the remaining items to August 27th.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion made to table items 7E, F, G, and H to August 27th at 6 PM. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-0. All right, thank you, everyone. We apologize for the late hour. Emily, moving along swiftly here, any general correspondences to tidy up?
No, thank you.
Any other planning department updates or discussions?
We can just give you our updates and discussions on the 27th.
Okay, thank you. Any planning board comments or concerns that we want to discuss? No? Save thoughts for the 27th. All right, thank you, everyone, and it is 10:17, and we will adjourn.